Good morning. It is August 2nd, 2024, and I'd like to open the regular meeting for the Klickitat County Commissioners, noting that 2 commissioners are present. And Mr. Anderson, are you online this morning?
I am. Good morning.
Oh, good. And a clear connection. That's great. Thank you. So we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So approval of the business agenda.
Do you have any additions you want to talk about, or no, just approve it the way it is?
I have no additions, Mr. Anderson. Additions to the business agenda today?
I don't have any adjustments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the business agenda as presented.
I'll second the motion.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Approval of the commissioner meeting minutes.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the commissioner meeting minutes for July 23rd, 2024 as presented.
I'll second the motion.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes. We're that portion of public comment. So if you're in the room and would like to speak, please raise your hand and we'll recognize you. You'll have to come forward and let us know where you're from for the record if you can. And also on Zoom, if you wish to speak, be sure to raise your hand and unmute yourself and we'll call on people as we go through. So anyone in the room.
Madam Chair, if I
Yes.
can for a sec. Just in case there's anybody online that's not normally online, the way we normally do it is we take public comment. At the end of public comment, you'll get commissioner responses. So we don't entertain a back and forth dialogue, but we do give you a response afterwards if you want to stay online.
And we are limited to 3 minutes per person. Thank you. So in the room, Mr. Peppel.
Our couple down Fort Water. Number one, there was a statement made a couple weeks ago that Dallasport is holding up growth in the peninsula. That's the total fabrication made up by people that have self-interest. We've got a lot of outside interference from the self-interest groups that we can't continue to fight them plus do our business. We've got a meeting this week with a 500 home project. And then we also are working on the Webster 100 home project. So we have the need for water in the near future, or these bigger projects are not going to happen. And it affects the county getting money, us getting money. And we just need to quit playing games and get this done. As far as the vessels go, they're being held up and will stall the commercial growth at the airport plus the fire flow. And that is a true fact. We will not bypass the vessels unless it's classified as an emergency. Then it'd have to be a pretty big emergency because we don't want to contaminate our whole system and have to shut it down, clean all the tanks, all the lines, because there's a lot of iron in the water down there. And one last thing, myself and Scott Dixon did not call the DEQ on the wastewater plant. That was the other committee that's working on the wastewater. So we feel it just wasn't the right statement. So anyway, that was my quick for this morning.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, online this morning. Is there someone that'd like to speak online? Please raise your hand. Anyone online? Seeing no one? Anyone else in the room have something to talk about this morning? Public comment? We have mostly staff in the room this morning waiting to speak, so. And online we'll give you another chance this morning. Anyone out there like to speak online? It's summer and everybody's very busy. 4901.
Yes, good morning, commissioners. This is Sherry in Houston. And I would like to follow up from last week's conversation, my comment from last week regarding the fire out in Bickleton. And the question that I have is, did this start from a wind turbine? It's rumored that it has. And then the comments back to me, because we don't have communications, we just have comments and then comments back, was that you would look into it, and that, you know, even if it was started by a wind company or whatever, that the fire department or start. And I understand how you don't want to play in other taxing districts' sandboxes. But in California, when PGE system caught fire, they fined PGE millions of dollars.
We're losing you,
For the-
Sherry. Okay, there you are. You're back.
Okay. But so anyway, you know, as our county is inviting in renewable energy, battery stuff, and things that are proven to be a danger when they catch fire to the properties that people own, I really think our county needs to start taking this seriously and stop entertaining all these dangerous projects if we know they're catching fire. And that would be the second wind turbine to catch fire in Klickitat County. And if they are catching fire, I would think that they need to be charged for the fire to be put out. And then also, Nick Anderson said that when you guys, because apparently the county just lives in a state of emergency. I recently found out that the county had a state of emergency for flooding in 2022, which I find interesting since I live on a river that gets flooded. So,
We're only
Back
getting a
to-
portion, Sherry, again. You seem to be very
Okay.
distant. There you are.
okay, well, I am driving.
No,
So Jake said last week, hold on a second.
okay. Did we lose you, Sherry?
Okay, is that better?
There you are. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So Jake said last week that when the county gets grants for a state of emergency or emergency or all this, that it cuts your taxes. That our taxes get lowered. And never once since I've lived here has my taxes gone down 1 cent. In fact, they've doubled, maybe even tripled by now. So, you know, let's talk about these fires. Let's talk about the real danger to people's property and people's lives. And let's be honest about this. As you move forward, as the county moves forward, Klickitat County, the renewable county of Washington State, and what does that really look like for the future of this county?
Thank you,
So,
Sherry.
Okay.
I've got your comments and thank you. Back in the room. Adrian. Good morning.
Good morning. Adrian Bradford Delisle. I want to make a comment about that so-called Bickleton fire, Bighorn. We not only have county interests, but we have, as a family, very large vineyards adjacent to that fire. And therefore, we've had constant supervision of what's going on. And what's startling to us is that all those various fire companies that are doing their utmost with the equipment that they have to fight that massive wind fire. It is quite clear that most of those fire companies really don't have the kind of equipment to fight that kind of fire. And in other words, airplanes and big airplanes. And there is the organization for which I have tremendous respect Department of Natural Resources has all of that equipment. And it appeared to us that they were standing by and not really being involved in the fighting of that fire. And when questioned off the record, why don't you have your big planes here? You can't put this stuff out with shovels and people and little fire companies with hoses. I don't care how many fire companies you have. Well, we have no authority. This is not public land. Oh, really? So you can only use state resources and your people for public land fires? And I questioned the office, and Hillary France, of course, doesn't even want to comment. She never, as far as I know, never showed up out there for any of that. But Jamie Herrera Butler did, and she is very, very, very concerned about what is DNR's authority. Why couldn't they be there with the equipment they have? We made arrangements so that they could fuel at the airport in Dallasport and move their operation into the former Lisle School District buildings. And they're super people. The people that are directly running the DNR, they don't set the policy. They do what they're told. And I just had no idea that they can't fight a fire unless it's on public land. And I think this county of Klickitat needs to look into that carefully also, as Jamie Herrera is definitely doing. And it's pretty clear maybe Hillary France fortunately isn't running for re-election, but thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Back online this morning. Gabrielle Gilbert, good morning.
Good morning. I want my tax dollars to go to childcare, and discussions around childcare should be relevant to this century. And if we can't help ourselves and we need to look back, we need to realize that nothing meaningful has happened in the last 50 years to address childcare deserts and to address the lack of available childcare. I feel like discussions around child labor people can just look to the Supreme Court upholding the Fair Labor Standards Act in 1938, a needed law as adults worldwide exploited the labor of children. The county should be well aware of the hard work and jobs the youth engage in and the contributions their wages make to their families' household economics. And you disrespect young people in this county when you ignore their jobs, labor, and contributions. If cruelty and ignorance around the discussion of childcare were currency, Klickitat County would be rich. I want my tax dollars, my property tax that continuously increases, to go towards childcare, just as I would want senior services, because society and communities pinpoint a need for services and build that for the benefit of all. Building childcare as infrastructure builds strong economics for families and their county. And let's be clear, families are working because it's hard to get to just have a one income source. And so women should be able in this century as well, engage in the job force as they freely want to. And there should not be barriers, economic barriers, and making childcare available increases the economics of a county and increases the household economics and the generational wealth, and allows young people and children to live well as well. So I really feel like it's important that we discuss childcare in a meaningful way. And I'm not interested in going back centuries of the good old days, because that wasn't great either. So again, please let's start having serious conversations about what it looks like to invest the $500,000 to run a childcare, what it looks like to find the space needed to build childcare and how that looks when grant dollars from Olympia can arrive here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gabby. Hi, Carmen. Good morning.
So I'd like to touch real quick, I guess. So my name's Carmen Knops. I'm the undersheriff for the sheriff's office. Adrian, I'd like to address a little bit on your statement about the Bighorn fire. DNR was involved in that fire. They had crews out there. We did have air support. We had 2 tankers dropping retardant. We had 3 choppers. We had multiple scooper planes dropping water, both on the Alderdale side and over on the Bickleton side. At one point, there was 38 engines, 11 tenders. On this report, there was 1 helicopter, 4 dozers, 5 hand crews, 1 UAS module, and 226 personnel total. There was an enormous amount of people from across the state who came to fight the Bighorn fire, from Anacortes clear over to Pullman and all parts in between. DNR is there. They are on site, but it's the South. This was the Southeast Agency Type 3 team that was in charge of the fire, and they did a phenomenal job with that fire. Do our local departments need additional funding for to improve what they have available to fight fire? Absolutely, because those guys are the front line when those initial attacks come out. Alderdale has minimal trucks. They have a huge asset out there that they need to protect, not only the vineyards, but their crops, and they also have Bolt House with the carrot farm and carrot processing plant. Do they need more funding? Absolutely. Does Bickleton need additional funding? Absolutely. That has to be done on a local level, and hopefully we can also reach out to our state, to our legislators. I think that was brought up in the community meeting we had out there. It is imperative to get the services necessary out into those rural areas. While they might not be highly populated, the assets in Alderdale are incredible. I'd never been out into Alderdale until that fire. I was flabbergasted at the number of people that are not full-time residents. Well, they are full-time residents, but their residents don't count because they're not home-owned. So that prevented our FMAG from going through, which is tragic. We have farmers out there, ranchers, who one of them lost nearly 40 miles of fencing. And how is he going to replace that? Do they need more assets? 100%. And we have to figure out how to get that done. Local, state, whatever we need to do. But there are resources that come in for these fires from all over the state, including DNR resources. They were there. So
Thank you, Carmen. Okay, back online. Do we have anybody with their hand raised? 7211.
Greg Wagner with Seeds. If Cypress Creek's Carriage or solar project is built and there's 2 acres of lithium-ion batteries, I'd like to know, how is Rural 7 Fire Department prepared to fight a lithium-ion battery fire? And if we have to fight fires for wind and solar companies or battery storage facilities, why isn't the county requiring those companies supply our county with the equipment to fight those fires and the manpower? Because our time goes into fighting fires like the Juniper Canyon wind turbine fire. And then according to Tony Browning, the county paid for the fire suppression. Avangrid didn't, even though their turbine started the fire. So those are issues we need to discuss. And I'd like to ask you, Lori, if you can tell me about your conversation with Aaron Anderson and the large battery storage facility they want to put out in the east end of the county. I'd like to have you some transparency there and have you tell me what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Right, back in the room. Anybody wish to come up front this morning for a comment? So back online. Anyone have their hand raised? Roger Gadwell, good morning.
Good morning. I just have a bit of good news to impart that I just got a notice that Department of Commerce has approved an $8.8 million grant to construct a mental health facility in Toppenish for severely mentally ill people. It's an inpatient unit that will be a regional unit. Should be a great help with the people we have that are in jail because there's no mental health facilities available. So
We can barely hear you, Roger.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, that's okay. You drifted away.
Okay, I'll try to speak up.
Okay,
Wait. A mental health facility has been funded in Toppenish for $8.8 million for a 14-bed unit for severely mentally ill people, perhaps have just been released from Eastern State. Essentially the kind of people that we find in our jail because there's no mental health facility treatment available for them. So I'm hoping that you'll be in touch with the people up there who are going to have it. Of course, it won't be an operation instantly. I think a bit of news as far as good news as far as solving the jail problem we have.
Roger, did you say that was a 14-bed unit?
I did, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
thank you. Do you have more, Roger? You have a little bit of time, otherwise.
No, I'll just, that's what I had to say.
Okay, I
Just for
appreciate it.
once.
Thank you. So back in the room. Harmon, or
More comment real quick. I'd just like to clarify that there's no indication that that fire started by a windmill. There was witnesses who seen a lightning strike start that fire.
they won't hear you on
Sorry.
Zoom.
So there were witnesses to the fact that a lightning strike did start that big horn fire, and it is continuing to be investigated. But there's no indication that it was a windmill. There was no turbines that were destroyed during that. The solar farm, while it had fire underneath, none of the panels caught fire. So I think that needs to be clarified.
Thank you. Okay, no one else in the room? Online? Do we have someone else online that would like to speak this morning? Seeing no one, so I'll ask one more time and we'll do commissioner comments. So we will close for public comment and move to commissioner comments. Mr. Anderson, would you like to let me?
I'll go first.
Okay,
Sorry.
it's okay.
You-
Go ahead.
Okay. Mark, yes, I feel your pain. I have the same pain. Hopefully eventually neither one of us have any pain anymore. But until then, we'll continue to fight for Dallasport. Sherry, the same question of did the fire start from a wind turbine? I have not heard that I've only heard that from two people. You and one other person that is not active on the fire. So did it or did it not? I don't know. We heard reports today that it did not, but again, I don't know. I'm not a fire investigator. We'll have to figure that out when they come out with a report. I do take a little bit of offense to we don't have communication. We do have communication. It's called email and phone. You can call me or email me anytime. You don't, I can't answer questions that you don't give me. PGE did have to pay for the Paradise Fire down in California, and others. And here locally, our PUD has had to pay for fires for not cleaning up the power line area. So yes, but again, it's not the counties, it's not the commissioners who would go after Avangrid to pay for a fire. That would be the fire departments, the actual offices or the elected chiefs of their region. So that's a conversation for them. Adrian, Bickleton Fire. I'm not be careful here. While I understand your point, and you have some good ones with Butler and Franz, and I'm not going there. Because I agree with you on those. I would also say that there might be some departments out there that are lacking resources. But I would also say that when someone shows up to hand them resources and they don't want them, that's what you guys don't know. The last Bickleton fire, I was working with Senator Cantwell's office because the main issue out there is telecommunications. They don't get cell phone reception. And is there something we can do federally to get some better cell phone reception and all that kind of stuff? The answer was pretty much no, because it's a private industry. But they will be working to, in future telecommunication grants, to streamline the wording a little better to try to get those phone companies to put in service out there. So that's good. But the one thing the gentleman from Cantwell's office was willing to do after that fire was it was a perfect time to ask for resources. They had told me they could get $500,000 to $1 million for a fire truck, dozer, whatever you need. So in communications with Bickleton Fire and Mr. Jensen, the chief out there, I relayed that and whatever you need, what do you need? We don't need nothing. I'm like, but they got $500,000 to $1 million. Get a dozer, put it in the back lot for next week. Get a truck, station it out on Old Man Hinkins' property for the fire season. Do it. It's if you don't take it, Seattle's going to take it. They didn't take it. You can only lead a horse to water so much. They have to be able to drink. They could have taken a truck and then donated one to Alderdale, taken one off the list. Unfortunately, in this county, that example has happened numerous times where I was able to facilitate money for people and projects and pools and whatever, and they don't want my money. They don't. It's not my money, but it's state money or money that I've been able to get earmarked. They don't want it. So while I 100% support fire and will continue to 100% support fire, they're also elected officials that have to be in their own responsibility to say yes when somebody's trying to offer them a dozer. So yes. But yeah, on the Cantwell, her Butler thing, we're on the same page. Gabby, childcare again, been discussed. Carmen, I think I got your question in there, but departments need more resources. I'm not saying they don't. But I can give you another example of another department where I had a brush truck and was told they didn't want it. So they're out there. If they want the equipment, it's out there. Greg, how is Rural 7 prepared to fight the fire? I believe they've answered you. Rural 7 has answered you on that one because the email from you and from Rural 7 was actually posted in the Centerville Fire Hall. So I got to read your question and I got to read their response. Your comment about this Aaron Anderson large battery storage. I don't know who Aaron Anderson is, but I would kind of like to know pretty much the same thing you would probably like to know on that one. Mr. Gadway, thank you for the comment on the mental health beds over there. I'm actually quite curious to see and learn more on that, to see whether it's a transitional thing or is this going to be, full-time inpatient. Or I guess I'd say, are there going to be any beds available for us when we need them? Or what I need to know more about that. But the state actually spending money on mental health is a good thing for a change. It's nice to see him actually taking it seriously. And then there was a comment about the the fire at the solar panels burned underneath, but no panels were burnt. I did talk to a guy, believe it or not, last name of Krebs, that is no relation to any Krebs in this county, which I can't possibly imagine. He's actually from the other side of the river, LaGrandish area, and he runs sheep. And the solar farm this year hired him out to bring a ton of sheep over here. I mean, not 2,000 pounds of sheep. I don't know. I'll take back the ton word. I don't want to be caught literal there. To bring over a bunch of sheep to graze all that grass down between spring growth and when it stops growing, so that there's hopefully nothing but stubble underneath the panels if fire does roll through. So while that was never a requirement in their permit, unfortunately, I do have to commend Avangrid for doing what's right to mitigate fire and having that expense, even though it was not a county regulated deal. So I'm glad they did that, because if they didn't do that, the panels probably would have burned up. And that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As for Dowsport and Dowsport Water, it's kind of follows the same track that Commissioner Christopher was just mentioning, that you can lead a horse to water, and Dowsport Water has access to the water. They need to speak with the airport and go through the process, reopen those communications. They've been advised of 2 different ways in which they can get access to that water now, and they just need to come to the table and start having those discussions. The airport's never said they won't, work around, because we still have the legal process that the county and the city are paying for an outside counsel to work on the water right issue, but we still have ways around that until that gets resolved. And that could happen at any time. And it's been mentioned the last time Mark came and spoke with us. Mark's always welcome to reach out to me, and I'd be happy to facilitate those discussions in any way that I can. And then the Water Conservancy Board is back up and operating and taking applications, and I'm sure they'd be willing to work on that project as well. Sherry, it sounds like the answers to your and Adrian's questions, I'd like to say thank you to Under Sheriff Knops for giving us those detailed answers of how much resources are being used on these larger fires. The state is paying millions of dollars to fight fires in Klickitat County for our residents. And I think that goes without saying that the state has mobilized resources and moved one of their headquarters into our area that provides jobs in Klickitat County, because they understand the amount of wildfire and wind and issues that we have here. I hope that Director King will give us a more of an update during his update today, so that we can hear anything else that maybe Carmen doesn't have. Thank you as always for continuing to bring childcare to the forefront. I hope that you are interfacing with the Child Care Committee, and that you continue to work with them. I can tell you that we have an update coming from our head of finance for the commissioners, not the auditor, later this morning. And she'll be giving us an update of where we're at for Q2. And you'll see that $500,000 year over year, while it seemed like a lot in today's society, it actually is a lot for Klickitat County. And Klickitat County is facing the same thing that all other counties are facing. I was on a call last week on revenue, and many counties are going to be $10 million in the hole this year, our larger counterparts. And they're going to be having to make huge transitions to their operations. They're continuing to burn through cash, where we haven't been burning through cash like they have. So Klickitat County is still in a better place financially, but that doesn't mean that we still don't face significant headwinds moving forward. And Carmen, again, thank you so much for all the time and effort you're putting in on these fires, on everything that you're doing with the sheriff's office. I think you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Mr. Gadway, if you have a link, could you please email that to BOCC at Klickitat County on that mental health and Toppenish? I haven't seen anything. I just did a simple search and didn't come up with anything. So please forward that information on, and I would appreciate that. And with that, I'll give the rest of the time back to the chair.
Thank you. So Mr. Peppel, again, I apologize to Dallasport Water District. It was me that made that statement that it came from Dallasport Water District, and I lumped you guys together, and I should not have. And then it was corrected, and I did make a statement that it was not Dallasport Water District that made it, but I just want to clarify it again on the record that it was not Dallasport Water District that made that statement. And Sherry, I think a lot of your questions were answered, especially from Carmen, and I'd like to thank you too, Officer or Carmen, Carmen Knopps. It is important that the public receives information, and in emergency situations, everybody wants to know. You know, they have impacts or they just want to know because they're concerned. And sometimes I get frustrated. It's like, I got to know. And then I have to learn to back down and wait for official reports and get the right answers, which is, I thank you for coming forward with those answers. Adrian, and some of the others that spoke about the fire and DNR, I have those concerns too. And I did with the last fire too. And I think a change at the helm is going to help. It isn't so much those firefighters on the ground that aren't ready to go and the equipment that's there. It's some of the management decisions, I believe, and just on how we fight fires across there's a big controversy on how we approach fires across our state. And maybe a change at the helm is going to give us a chance to relook at how we allot things. It was really hard too, both, especially this fire, resources were slow. And I know they did pull resources from other places. We just have everything burning right now. So it's really hard to come up with resources. And I think they did give us above and beyond, and it was fast. I really appreciate them being out at our airport. I've seen a difference in the white salmon fire and our other local fires on how fast they can respond. Now, we're not waiting for a helicopter to come from Ellensburg or Southwest and Castle Rock. It's local. And that the faster you get there, the better off we're going to be. So I'm thankful for that. Gabby, I did see a little glimmer of hope at the federal effort this week. There was a bipartisan supported effort for childcare. And I've wrote those names down, and I'm going to connect back around and connect with them to see how we can bring that federal effort to our state and ultimately down to our county to help with the childcare effort. So it's moving on, although grindingly slow. There's progress being made, and there are people that are interested, which is great. They're bringing it to the forefront at a federal level. And Greg, send me more information on Aaron Anderson. I actually have an Aaron Anderson. I saw your email very quickly this morning. I did not get to open and look at it before session, but the Aaron Anderson I've worked with was in regards to a building permit problem. I'm not familiar with an Aaron Anderson and a battery storage conversation. So if I've made an error or missed that person, we do talk to a lot of people over the course of 1 week. Battery storage is on my list and I'm working on it, but I would like to have a little more information about your Aaron Anderson if I could. And you can shoot me an email for that. That'd be great. Roger, thanks for letting us know about the mental health facility. It's always a plus to get anything moving forward on mental health. We've seen so many shutdowns over the past few years. I'm glad to see forward movement. I think I did hear you say it was a federal effort, not a state effort. So I have to question if maybe that was for Yakima Nation, possibly. So we'll check into it. If you can send us more information, we'll certainly check into it. 14 beds is not many. It's a start, but boy, we need a lot more than that. And it's frightening because in the last month, the governor called a closure for our youth facilities. They were full. We can't take any more. What they have is that capacity. So now we have youth at risk and we have nowhere to send them in our state again. So it's a big problem. It's going to take big things. And I did get to meet the boy you were talking about with the sheep, Mr. Christopher, and it's a Krebs with a B, not a P. energetic guy, very interesting program, and his family is third or fourth generation sheep ranchers in Oregon. And they've made a deal with the solar companies to try to address what's going on with vegetation. And he has brought his sheep to the east side facility to Lund facility, and it's interesting to see how that's working. I think we need some improvement on those fire plans. I know we need improvement on those fire plans. They need perimeters that they're defendable. It doesn't matter if they cut down everything inside. If they've got a burning perimeter, they've got a problem. And I'm working with our planner, and I've committed to circle back around with all the fire chiefs and get them together, because on their side and our side, I'm hearing different things that they need and want. So I've committed to trying to have an all fire chief meeting together so I can put all their information together, see what everybody thinks on how we should address the solar fire problems. So we'll be working on that. But thank you. So that
Madam
was,
Chair, can I
Yeah.
clarify? Well, first off, I'll apologize for putting a P where a B
it
should
doesn't
be.
matter. I did the same thing.
The good news I did hear today is we heard from Public Works about the guardrails that got burnt up in the fire, 250, 300,000 worth of guardrails. That we've always just covered before. Interesting. I got information. Oh, that's where it's coming from. I'm like, I haven't worn a pager in like 2 years. We get them on our phone now. So I'm like, I know I recognize that tone. Got information today that it looks like our insurance covers that stuff. So we might not be out that. It just will be a tack on to our insurance premium. So that's good news. So anyway, thought I'd throw that out there.
And if I could add one on top of that too, Mr. Bradford talked about some of it, but it is at the top. We need to change some of that language in the legislation. And they did change the FMAG, which is the FEMA funding. We're outvoted. It was changed from ag and from ag dollars and high industry to impacts to owner occupied residents before you could qualify. We're rural, our owners live a long ways from each other, but they have a lot invested that feed the world, not just our locally. So that's going to have to be a big effort to change some legislative language. But thank you.
It is absolutely a Herculean effort to
Yeah.
change legislative language.
Someone told me once an act of God, but we did get it done. So sometimes it's hard, but you can get it done. So the payroll warrant and certification.
Madam Chair, I move that we pay the accounts payable warrants in the amount of $233,250.49 and the payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $0 for the date ending August 5th, 2024.
I will second the motion.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. So department update from Scott Edelman, our planning director.
Got a hand over here.
Oh, how did I miss that again? Oh, there it is. Okay, Scott, we're going to do the consent agenda. Go ahead and be seated. We'll just do it real quick.
Madam Chair, I move that we pass the consent agenda with 7 items.
I will second the motion.
Motion and a second. All those in favor, or any discussion?
I'm going to refrain from discussion on this one.
Okay. Good.
Just enough to make a point that I'm refraining from discussion.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Thank you for being patient. Somehow I always skip past the consent agenda. I don't know.
Sure.
Thanks.
Good morning, commissioners. It's a different week for me. I'd spent in college a long time ago, spent a semester in Egypt, and they have their equivalent phrase of "How are you?" is Arabic phrase that means "Are you complete?" This is the first week I feel complete. My family got moved to town this weekend, and it feels like I feel like a different person here. I don't have to split myself into two. And so I want to thank you for the months you've given me and the team, planning team, and others who've worked around and worked hard to accommodate me and my family getting moved here. And we're very excited to be residents of the Goldendale area now.
Well, I would just like to say thank you because we knew when we hired you that it's going to be that transition and it's going to be hard for us and hard for our employees, but moreover, hard for you and your family to be separated half the week in telecommuting. And I don't know how you did it, but thank you. And I hope your life gets easier.
Appreciate that.
And in our view, you did it seamlessly.
Thank
So
you.
there was no trip ups or problems. So I appreciate that.
Well, I had the planning team made up a lot of that. They kind of sealed over those seams, so that was why it was
That's good.
seamless. Yeah, they were excellent. I want to start. Oh well, I'll start just pointing out the handout on the application summary. There's not usually too much here that is noteworthy. Eventually, once we get some time, we're going to put some charts together to show historical trends, which I think will be more interesting. And I apologize, Commissioner Anderson, you don't have this in front of you. The interesting thing is on the pre-subs, if you look at that side of the sheet, we had 11 short plats in July. So we're just getting a lot of activity when it comes to people interested in dividing their property right now. As you can see, the other months have been between 2 and 6. So it's double even our highest month so far. Second, I wanted to address Mr. Wagner, his mention of Aaron Anderson. And maybe I can help clarify things a little bit. It comes from having a planning team member who has a first name of one commissioner and the last name of another. And why I would vote for Lori Anderson to be a commissioner any day. I'm glad that she's on the team. And that interaction with Aaron Anderson and the email that Greg that he saw was with Lori Anderson, not with Commissioner Zoller. So that
Okay.
we see that confusion sometimes.
It
The Lori
happens.
confusion pops up once in a while. So that's what that was. That's where the conversation came. That's where the emails generated. And the battery storage in question, it was the one that I showed you a picture of when we did the workshop. That was just a facility. It was nothing but battery storage. And we don't really have much more information than they were looking at it, asking if they could do it, and told them under our current ordinance in the EOZ, it's not allowed per the EOZ. It'd have to be a conditional use permit if they were going to at this time. I'll go ahead and get into my update. As you know, we have a pending vacancy in the planning department. Our first review closed last Friday. We have 8 applicants. We're pleased to see. 6 of those have some sort of a planning or natural resources or geographic information systems educational background. They're all fairly early in their career. This would be a first kind of real planning job other than an internship or other fill-in jobs since they graduated. So that was interesting to see. One is somebody who's actually built a house here and liked the process so much they thought they might be interested in doing it as a career. And the 8th candidate is either a PhD candidate or someone who has a PhD and has been a professor in Arizona with some interesting background as well. So quite a variety that will be going through those applications. Going down the list, Board of Adjustment, there's I'll just cover the things that we haven't already gone over in fairly recent times. Yesterday, they approved conditional use for 3 to 4 single-family dwellings to be used as rentals on a property. Up in the recreation commercial zone, or I'm sorry, tourist commercial zone, up on Highway 97 north of Goldendale. It's an interesting proposal. The applicant seems to want to focus on the sort of what I've found to be the missing rental area, which is somewhere between vacation rentals and long-term rentals, which is that 3 to 6 months that you can't seem to find a rental for. Traveling nurses, people like me who want to move to the area need a short-term period. So that could be an interesting project that was approved last night. Planning Commission on August 18th will continue discussion of the critical areas ordinance. We didn't get through what I'd hoped to the last month, but there was very good discussion. So we do have 1 more month. I'm hoping to get through the final chapters, and so we can send it to the state agencies for initial review. Of course, this will be ultimately going back before the commission with public hearings. They've had hearings before, but quite a bit has changed. So we'll be doing new public hearings to make sure the public has a chance to comment. Comment on the Monroe-Wilson zone change and SEPA appeal that will be coming before you. It's taking longer than we expected. It's had to do with questions about, this is the first time we've tested the relatively new ordinance on appeals to SEPA decisions. And so I would want to say I appreciate the patience of both the applicants and the Snowden community. I'm surprised you haven't heard from them, frankly, because it is taking some time. And this is one of those situations where it's better to be a little slower and make sure we get it right than to move faster than we should and get it wrong. So I appreciate all involved because I know it's taken a lot of patience. This decision was made by the plan or the recommendation by the planning commission some time ago, and it should be getting. We should have it. Some guidance very soon. I'm hoping this week. Northwestern Lake Cabins, we have a good update. Both the planning department and the PA's office have approved the Skamania County process that they're using to formalize the lots that are there. They're lease lots. So they've got boundaries described for lease lots, which they are now going to be able to convert to legal lots and be able to sell those to the cabin owners. That's phase one. Phase two will then go through the planning department with a series of lot line adjustments to make sure that various infrastructure is associated with each cabin is on the same lot as those cabins, infrastructure, fences, parking, things like that. That's all that I was going to provide an update on this morning, but I'd be glad to answer any questions that you have. And if you hear me talking a little bit slower, it's from good feedback from the public that I speak a little bit too fast considering my voice and my enunciation.
I have a question on, you have it here with it, the planning commission will be doing critical area ordinance stuff. Chapter number 6, critical aquifer recharge areas. Can you, not that I'm on that planning commission or need to know this information, but can you give me kind of a quickie rundown on what that is and or what expertise we have? Have we hired engineers to check that information, to educate the planning commission when they're making decisions? How does that work?
If you would allow me, I think I could provide a better answer if I would go back and review it. I've been
I say I don't want to put you on the spot.
I have not
so-
been ahead of things as much as I'd like, so I get to these as they're coming up,
Okay.
and I'd like to be able to look and see what's been done by the consultant, and I could provide a better answer either through email or at the next update or next meeting if you'd like.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be. I mean, this isn't something
Yeah.
that's about transparency or we're hiding something. It's just my own little educational knowledge.
No, I'd be glad.
So if you want to just shoot me an email or a phone call or something, to give my brain more information, that would be great.
Sounds good. And that'll kickstart me getting prepared for the meeting as well.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be today. It could be next week or 2 weeks from now. Whenever you have the information, let me know.
Sounds good.
Great.
That's the only question I had.
Mr. Anderson, do you have any questions?
No questions here. Thank you for the great update, Scott.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
And you
Have a good
seem
day.
way more at ease.
I am
Thank you.
happier.
Yeah, good. So Commissioner miscellaneous comments or reports?
I don't have a lot.
Mr. Anderson, do you have any comments or reports from a commissioner
I
perspective?
can give you an update. The discussion continues on the tax shift from green energy projects. I got an email from Mr. Wagner with some statements that I shouldn't be attending and that the assessor, because it's her sandbox, should be there. And I just wanted to let him know that the assessor was in attendance and she actually gave a presentation. So was our treasurer, as well as I was there. And while Mr. Wagner may think that the statement of, we don't set assessments is how I'd like to respond. We don't get to say how the assessor does their job. What we do, we are the legislative branch of government. We can advocate for changes in the law, which we do. That's why we have commissioner that serves on the legislative steering committee. That's how these processes, Commissioner Christopher talked of the Herculean effort of getting laws changed. That is what we do. And this is what we are doing with this. And there's a lot of people that are on the committee that don't have a lot of experience. They're from other areas. And so right now our assessor has been helping to educate the other county commissioners who are just now getting green energy projects, or their constituents are very much in favor of green energy projects. And so it's a lot of education right now. The next meetings are going to be more about how do we fix this? What do we do? And what are our options? And staff and has been polling, and we've got some options available, but they want to turn over every rock. And so that's moving forward. I also sat in on the session on the revenue for counties. And I forgot to respond to one of the constituents, I believe it was Sherry, who said my taxes only go up. Well, I guess what I would say is look at your taxes that go toward county and what that tax rate is per thousand over the last 10 years or 5 years or however long you've lived here. And you'll notice that your taxes, your tax rate per thousand that goes to county services, what we are, the Klickitat County Board of County Commissioners, what we cover, actually has gone down, not up over the last few years. Yes, assessments are going up. The value of your house is going up, and that's primarily due to the cost of construction and the fact that people are moving here and they're paying a lot more for it. And the assessment method that the assessor is required to use through the county ends up making you pay more taxes. But where we are though is the 1% cap is still being discussed. That committee is still in that stage of education as well. But after the meeting, the options that were available, including, changing the REIT tax, doing like a change in the $0.09 to make them more available so that you can use them for other things, increasing the tourism tax dollars and opening that up. A lot of those were discussed, but what I was primarily hearing from the large counties again is that, they've all looked at those options. And remember, every dollar has a constituent. If it's tourism dollars, it's the Chamber of Commerce and everything else. The 1% cap on being able to raise taxes is the big issue that the large counties are still seeing that will have the greatest impact. So we'll see where that discussion goes as we move forward into the further meetings. But I think we're going to be right back to where we were at our last yearly commissioners meeting on where we're at. There's not a lot of other discussions. There's a little bit with like the cannabis dollars and siphoning some of that off from the state coffers, because, it's all happening locally. That discussion, I don't know if that's going to go anywhere. Staff pushed back on that a little bit, saying, those dollars are already claimed. There was a big discussion on, in November, we're all going to vote on the carbon tax and trade, and where the state will be if that initiative passes. If that initiative passes, the state's going to be in a financial quagmire that what we're hearing from the state is don't ask for any money already. If that passes, they're saying don't ask for anything. But they say don't ask for any money every time because that's setting the bar low, and we always go in and ask for money. The other thing I believe Sherry brought up is the grant dollars on my taxes going down. I think Commissioner Christopher did a really good job explaining, that the PUD actually has had to pay for multiple fires. That goes through the court system. The county, if we are harmed, we can sue as the county. But for the most part, the county doesn't own a whole lot of property out there that we can sue for. And we can't sue on, somebody else's behalf that's a private citizen. So, there are ways for people who are harmed to seek remediation, and that is through the judicial system. Those grants, though, and I think it was brought up, the 40 miles of fencing that got destroyed. That's why we pass, and the chair passes those emergency declarations, so that hopefully we can get some federal dollars, FEMA dollars, to come in and help pay for the cost of rebuilding all these fence lines and all the other harm that's occurred. That's what those FEMA dollars are for. And so those are kind of my updates. the meetings last week.
Thank you. Perfect timing. So moving on, we have Department Update, Public Works Director Jeff Hunter and County Engineer Seth Scarola. Good morning.
Good morning.
No photos today.
No photos. No.
That's good. Saving paper.
Was gonna make a joke and say we done a lot of photos, but I'll keep that joke to myself.
Thank you.
Okay, our update should be pretty quick because we're busy with more long range things and one major short range thing. So, which we'll get into later. There's nothing on the consent agenda. No pay estimates this time, but we are working on some for next time. So with that, we'll talk about the construction program.
All right, our Bickleton area paving project is substantially complete, so we're just working through some closeout items now. Sundale Old 8, same as last week. They're still working on excavations and embankment, culvert installation, and placing base rock. On this road design, Sunnyside Road overlay, the plans are getting ready for their first review internally, so we can get that out this fall for advertisement. Bridge repair bundles consultant is diligently working on environmental processes and preliminary designs. The Bickleton overlay project for next year is with WashDOT right now for review, and funding paperwork is being processed. The white plastic edge lines project for next year, the first draft of the contract is being completed and internal review is going to begin here shortly. Curve warning sign staff's working on field measurements and estimates. And our road safety plan update, WashDOT has reviewed our advertisement for our RFQ for a consultant, and we're addressing some of their comments.
Okay, on the maintenance side, East End is patching over at Matson Road and working at the fairgrounds. West End is cleaning culverts, and there's some of them helping at the fairgrounds. Sale barn electrical is pretty much complete. We're working on punch list items. Building should be done this Friday, should be complete. Superior courtroom opened on Monday like it was supposed to. We have some other things we're going to be doing for the remainder of August around when they're working. So either Friday or weekends. On the event side, we had back to school bash. It went well. We also have the State Patrol National Night Out. That is tonight, starting I think at 5 or 5:30 at the courthouse lawn. And we have the fair next week. So that's what we're really working on, is prepping for the fair. It's a big event for the county. Fuel Island, we're in the final review of the plans. Beer garden bleachers, the roof will be complete before the fair. We really don't have anything else. We're looking for grants for certain items. There's some floating around. We will see. A lot of them are all based on diversity and equity and everything else. I won't even say how I feel about that because, we get left out when it comes to that kind of stuff, like what was said earlier.
Not because we're not diverse, it's just because our county does not have that much diversity in its overall.
Yeah, it's more of, I'm not going to say.
Yeah.
Anyway, enough of that. So, and that's all we have.
Wait, I have no questions.
No, I don't either.
Mr. Anderson.
No questions here. Wow, you guys have got it down to 5 minutes. I'm impressed.
Look at us. Yes.
Well, they're not even breathing heavy. I swear we should make them run around the building first. I miss the days when you ran over from the old annex and breathing heavy when you got
That's
here.
good.
And
Yes. I don't really miss those as much as you do, but. Okay.
Great.
no, keep going, guys.
Yep.
Good work.
Yay, thank
Thanks,
you.
Seth. I never get to talk to Seth anymore. I walk in there to talk to Jeff and Seth's busy with somebody else. I'm like, I'm not gonna go bug him.
Have to make an
We haven't had a
appointment.
sit down for a couple of months. We need to do that.
Busy guy, make an appointment. So Director King,
I don't like appointments. I like surprising them.
Department of Emergency Management. Thank you.
Morning. Yeah, so I'll start out as always, nothing on your consent agenda. Officially, I think there's a couple things we might bring back as add-ons for the afternoon. And the rescinding of the emergency declaration would be one of those. We have time to create that new resolution. The performance and functionality of the public safety radio system is normal at this time with no open user issues. There have been several since my last report. I won't go into the detail on all of those, but we have investigated and resolved them. As indicated, the low volume issues that I reported last time has been resolved. That was on the dispatch console side. Let's see, down to maintenance and repairs. There's been a lot going on, and this report doesn't include it all. If you have any questions, please ask. The Microwave Hill fire damage to the Indian Hill radio site, that emergency response and the temporary generator hookup. I've got the invoices now, if you'd like to discuss that. And preface that with the fact that all of this should either be covered by the insurance, as you spoke of earlier about guardrails. We now know we can use that insurance for these types of incidents, as well as, even though Hood River County for that fire did not get an FMAG declaration. Found that out since my report last week. But there still is the possibility for a major disaster declaration by FEMA. President actually has to do that based on all of the fires in Oregon, as well as for Bighorn. Even though we didn't get an FMAG for Bighorn, there's still the possibility that due to the totality of the fire season in Washington state, we could get a federal declaration.
Questions on your generator, old generator, sorry. I read the tech report of the generator. And my honest old tech, it's lacking information. So it states that there's oil leaks on the generator and that the generator was found to be low on oil. But it doesn't rule out that potentially it blew up because it was low on oil and not sucking in smoke. So for me, I think for us to have any possibility of getting that claim covered by the insurance company, unfortunately, that tech did not state what the oil level was. You know, it's I guess I'd say kind of on your car, you got a high and a low on your stick. Was it, you know, 1/8 of an inch below the low mark on the stick, or did it just not even read? Because if it was just at the low mark or under the low mark, that wouldn't have caused engine overheating and wouldn't have blown up from overheating because of lack of oil. We need to know where the oil level mark was. Otherwise, I think we're going to be shot down in that claim. Just based off my insurance knowledge. Second question is, if it had oil leaks, do we have a tech go out and look at those things and service them every year? Did they not report it had it oil leaks a year ago that needed fixed, especially if it was spraying all over? When they recommend doing those, do you just make an executive decision on whether the maintenance should be done or not done? How does that work?
We do annual preventative maintenance every year in June. That maintenance was conducted this year as scheduled, and everything was reported to be normal. And they do the full maintenance on every generator that we own.
So everyone in June, the report was everything is normal and there's no notices of oil leaks.
That's correct.
That needs to be included into that packet. Because if there was no oil leaks in June, but there are rear main seal type leaks now, that could have been caused by the heat. And if the heat caused the rear main seal leaks to cause the oil to drain out, to cause the engine to blow, that makes sense. But that's the only thing. That sheet I read was not enough. You need to give me the June thing. And then I think the two together get you covered. So submit that baby.
Jeff, can you pull your mic a little closer to you? You're so soft spoken.
Sorry. Is that better? Test, 1,
Yep.
2. Okay. Yeah, so all of those costs have come in right now. The schedule right now is that the new generator will be in place and fully operational by the end of the day this Friday. So I'm happy to report that that site will no longer be compromised by Friday end of day if that schedule is maintained. And the report that I received last night from the contractor on the activities of yesterday's crew was all on track to continue that. Let's see, talked about all that. There was
that runs on propane up there.
That's correct. All
Is that
but
propane tank fireproofed? I guess I would say. Is it on a pad? Is it brush cleared, concrete walls? What do we got up there?
yes, as I report regularly, all of our sites are maintained in that fashion. We have our weed board director goes out at least once a year and manages that under a contract with emergency management for all weed abatement inside and adjacent to those compounds. And the propane tanks are professionally installed to code.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Well done.
One thing that has come up is that the generator pad, the prefab pad that is typically used for these installations was not available until the middle to the end of September. So we had to pivot to a board pad, and that added additional cost. So I conferred with the chairman of the board and got verbal authorization to move forward because of the timeline and the emergency need. So I'll be bringing back a change order and get official.
What is the cost? And is it reasonable, or is this something we should have our builders go up and take 10 bags of concrete to pour a pad?
So
I'm worried because I saw the $19,000 to install a generator. I want to make sure it's not $4,000 to install a 4x4 pad.
So the difference in the authorization to purchase that you signed last week and the additional labor fees is what that is, because the precast pad and the cost of the concrete delivered is a wash. So that's covered on the original quote. The difference in labor due to some back and forth is right at $3,000.
$3,000 to pour a pad.
Correct.
It's bigger than what you think. And I checked around too before I authorized. We had 2 conversations.
How big a pad are we talking about?
I can't tell you that off the top of my head. Sorry. Fire on 97.
Well, that
I can get back to you with any and all of those answers if we want to get into more details.
We didn't have time. And contractors are a long ways out to hire and come in.
I'm not interested in hiring a contractor. We have employees that do that.
Long time out for them to release employees from what they're doing to move them up there.
Would have been nice to have been a board decision, but the decision's already been made, so spend what?
Would have held up the installation for emergency service.
Like I said, I can meet with you offline and talk about all those details.
You do what you did fine.
Mhm.
The best I can with what I've got. I may or may not have reported this already. I lose track, given the last 3 weeks of activity. But during the Bighorn Fire on Wednesday, July 24th, we also had other failures. That's what led to the emergency declaration. It wasn't just all about Bighorn. The county ops power management unit failed at the Diamond Gap site. There was another equipment fail at Bickleton site on that Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. And then including the Stacker and Indian Hill antenna replacements due to the January winter storm activities. I was told last evening during our bi-monthly radio system report meeting that the surplus equipment that we've been able to acquire over the past few years added up and was used in replacing equipment in all three of those instances, and is adding up to somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000 in savings because of the surplus equipment we've been able to acquire. So I'm very happy about that. As our system ages, we'll have more and more of that. And as we put off the regular replacements, as is listed on the 40-year plan that I presented in 2018. Those winter storm damage repairs, the T1 failure mitigation, the replacement of that T1 line for the CenturyLink to the other option is still in process. There have been some challenges with that new technology, and our contractor and the manufacturer of those computerized technology equipment is working to resolve those, but it's taking longer than expected. We continue to work with county IT to create redundancy and resiliency in our internet connections at emergency management to include 911 dispatch and the EOC. And so we're looking forward to having that fully integrated. We did lose internet service Saturday. Now is a call out over the weekend anyway, when I got the call on that. So dispatch was without internet for a time on that day. And the entry next bullet says Kaiser Ridge generator failure. My apologies. It was actually the Klickitat site generator that failed again during a power outage down there in the middle of Bighorn Fire. I saw the alarms come through and was notified by the fire chief down there because we're co-located, have an agreement for a radio system to be located in the fire hall down there. And he reported they were without power and the generator hadn't started. I was already engaging the technician to figure out what exactly those alarms meant. So they were not typical. And I'm now working with Public Works, as I did on the Friday of the week of the fire, whatever day that was. And again, it's still not operational, but Public Works is assisting me on that before I engage our contractor and pay those prices. The annual facilities PM work that I mentioned earlier, we do every year with those, that vendor. They go to every radio site in our system and do preventative maintenance on the generators, the HVAC systems, everything to do with the facilities outside of the radio equipment itself, including sweeping and mopping the floors. That's been completed. Everything was found to be in normal operations and satisfactory condition, except for the still existing fence damage at Flat Top, which has been ongoing for years, as well as their recommendation that we seriously consider a replacement of those consumer grade generators that we had at 5 sites. Now will only be 4. So we can talk about that during the budget process. Of 2 of those, I included replacements at 2 sites in our CIP, but not in our actual budget submission. So we can have that discussion. Cellular service in different areas of the county that it doesn't exist now. That's been totally put on hold based on the recent activities. continuing to follow up with the lease agreements, and working on Blue Mountain to provide internet to all of our radio sites so that we can have better access with security cameras as well as data that we need from those locations. I am very happy to report that even though I wasn't able to get the DNR to agree to do any wildfire mitigation efforts at our radio sites, specifically Flat Top and Diamond Gap, from the top down, from the bottom up. We've been working on that as well with the local DNR, and was informed last week or the week before, last week, the DNR was actually up at Diamond Gap, their facilities, because we rent from a land lease from DNR at those two locations. They were up at Diamond Gap doing road maintenance, and they agreed to do some brushing and fire mitigation at the Diamond Gap site. And I again reminded them that Flat Top is in far worse condition for that purpose. So they're gonna continue to ask their supervisors for permission to go and work on those fire mitigation efforts. Have had little time to work on the PUD's wildfire camera project and their requests to co-locate those at 3 of our radio sites, but we'll get back to that when we can. Our public safety radio system site security camera project is ongoing, and my program coordinator is working on that with our vendor. That proposal that went out and the bid that we got back, we're negotiating that for a lesser number of cameras, a lesser number of sites that we install cameras at, to get within our budget based on their estimates. Radio site project, still not happy with the security camera at Sadish Pass. So we're continuing to work with that contractor to make sure we get the image quality and accessibility that we need. Any questions about the radio system, radio project? Oh, actually, sorry, I've got a couple other notes here. The practice of public safety power shutoffs by Pacific Power, which affects 2 of our sites on the Oregon side of the river, where they provide power, is going to increase our annual cost for propane, as our generators are running more often when they shut that power off as a preventative measure during high fire danger days, even if there's not a fire. And then when there is a fire, they turn it off sooner, like happened at Indian Hill. And then it just happened over the weekend, I believe it was, at Arlington. They had a fire south of Arlington, and we lost power there for several hours. So that will increase our propane costs due to those public safety power shutoffs. Yes, any questions so far?
Mr. Brister, any questions? No. Mr. Anderson, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Oh, getting off easy today.
Thank you. 911 call taking and public safety radio dispatching. See, Chief of Operations 911 Coordinator Phil is not with me today due to our staffing shortages in dispatch. He's working the console full time, so he's on one of his days off today. We continue to have 1 vacancy. We have 2 people out on FMLA, have casual positions open. Had 1 person retire. You know, after 30 years, want to congratulate her on that retirement. And we will need a supplemental to cover her wages and benefits payout. We're just getting those numbers from HR and payroll now.
Assuming you're working with finance on when to submit that supplemental?
Not yet.
Okay.
Just got.
You will though.
Yeah. Yes,
Okay,
I will, as always. Then we still have 2 trainees in training. They just completed their first month of training. One of the 3 resigned for personal reasons. So we're down to 2.
Do you plan on trying to fill that one and run them at different levels of their training? Or are you gonna wait it out?
That is a discussion that we've had, and given our short staffing and the availability of trainers and the need to cover shifts, we're going to wait a little while before we go through the hiring process. Not only having 2 people at one level of training and bringing a third on from the beginning would complicate things, but also just
I figured, I was just
the
curious.
amount of hours. Yeah.
Yep.
And we were fortunate enough to have the availability of staffing and the time that those 2 trainees we have now were in 4 weeks of classroom training before they brought upstairs when we had to start covering shifts. We didn't have a trainer available just to dedicate to that, so that they have to learn on the fly in the middle of the summer chaos in dispatch. If we hired someone now, that would be the case from the start. They wouldn't benefit from any classroom training. We'd have to do on-the-job training with the trainer working in console from day 1. So we're continuing to make all of those adjustments and pivots, and bring our new lead up to speed as we deal with those staffing challenges that we now face. Public education for 911 is ongoing. We participate that at the state and local levels. Make sure we meet all of those SECO grant requirements. Yep, there's some more under operations. The bullet point that I want to touch on is the Motorola updates. Phil and other members of my team working with not only Motorola tech experts, but county IT, as well as the cities and Radcomp, who works with the cities for their access to our Spillman system. That is going to be a major update. And we're being advised that there are certain things that we're going to have to do to update our system that was not known to us until recently. One of those things is GIS mapping software, and we're still trying to get to the bottom of the reality of that. At this point in time, we're being told that we need to have our own license for ArcGIS, to put on our server. The current mapping software that Motorola has in that CAD system is no longer going to be supported starting January 1st. So again, we're working through that process to determine exactly what that means. We've engaged IT, and we now have a meeting with IT and Public Works because they facilitate our GIS mapping and MSAG data, addressing data for the 911 map at this time. Training, it's all ongoing. We did facilitate 2 called peer support type presentations that are national presentations for first responders of all kinds. The title is PTSD 911, but it's not just about 911 telecommunications. It's for all responders. And we've had the second one of those now, and we had good turnout. And I think people are benefiting from that and knowing that there are resources out there to help them cope with what we deal with every day in this business. Any questions about 911 dispatch?
Mr. Anderson?
No questions.
Great.
So Jeff, what happens if you lose one person and you only have the 2 in training? What will that do to operations?
If one more communications officer comes out of the schedule?
Yeah.
Well, we've just faced that with the new person that's off on FMLA for 2 to 3 weeks. And we have adjusted that schedule. And as that person is on short-term FMLA, those adjustments were able to be made up into including Phil in that full-time in the August schedule. if we lose one more, is your question, then we'll have to make all kinds of other adjustments. We've had those discussions, and what that looks like. We've done sample schedules and so on. All options will have to be on the table, including asking for assistance from our state and other states in an EMAG request.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that's to the point where we're pretty much at.
We could be, yes.
Thank you.
In the emergency management program, the standard response protocol is still being worked through with all the responders. I said the schools are gonna start operating under that program in the fall. So the emergency responders across the county are trying to train their staffs and get up to speed on all that. Still haven't had a meaningful discussion with either of the three cities about them adopting it. And yeah, Rob and I and the county's employee safety committee haven't brought that recommendation to the board yet for official use of that protocol, but that's in the plan, and I think it would be best. So would appreciate your support when it does come to you. The January winter storm public assistance grant is still in progress. Had a meeting that was scheduled last week that had to be postponed because of the fire activity and lack of availability, but we are still well within the time frame to submit those projects for the deadline to make sure that we get reimbursed for what we've already expended and mitigation projects. So if all that plays out in the way that the FEMA representative has told us it should, I'm very hopeful that a lot of good things will be able to be accomplished under the mitigation projects, as well as those reimbursements that we've already talked about from our damages. Training and exercises continue. The monthly training for the EOC staff is going to be basic EOC operations. We try this time of year not to overtax them with long and extensive training because we need them and we don't want to use up all their hours of availability as volunteers. The grants, you can see all that. There are no significant changes. Everything's still in progress. I already reported on the radio site security camera project, which is under 2 different grants. And I don't think there's anything of note there. We did, under the unmanned aerial systems team, did have 20-hour initial operator training, July 12th and 14th through the 14th, which is well attended. We actually had, for the first time, I think 2 or 3 law enforcement officers attend and have now volunteered to join our team. That was from the Goldendale City Police Department.
So that turnout wasn't normal? Because I
The law
kind of
enforcement-
walked by and saw who was here and who wasn't here, and
And that's the first time any law enforcement agency has
oh,
participated in our program to date. Yes. And they were considering, doing their own UAV program, and we talked them into joining ours because we have everything. Why have 2 in the county? Yeah. And more resources than they were going to be able to purchase for themselves, as well as a deeper pool of operators, pilots, and observers for their incidents. So yeah, that worked out great. Chief Smith and I, after we had a talk, agreed that was the best plan. So yep, we've integrated them in now, and that's good. Plus we had I think 2 or 3 other volunteers that were not associated with any other emergency response agency at this time. We're still working on getting the M30T that was damaged during the mission on Mount Adams repaired. but that is in progress. Had that discussion with our program coordinator this morning. The amateur radio emergency services repeater, that's been located for decades up on the Simcoe's here above Goldendale. We're still trying to work with the city of Goldendale to re-site that on their property in the watershed. It's WPT said it can no longer be on their property. And in the interim, we're working to get temporary placement at the Sadis Pass radio site, which is not ideal, but it's already been off the air for, I believe, 3 weeks, because it had to be moved off WPT land. So
Are you getting pushback from Goldendale or just?
because it is a watershed, there's, things that have to be considered, what you can and can't have in a watershed. And so they need to check with all the agencies that control their use of that property to make sure we vet it. Yeah. And they had the changeover in the city administrator, in May. So in the middle of this process, it had to start over. Yep. And more questions were raised. Okay. Wildfire season. Yeah. Some of this is outdated already. Bighorn fire, I know there's lots of questions already this morning about that. I want to reiterate what Under Sheriff said earlier, that in all of our discussions with Sheriff's Office, Fire Command, the incident management team, the local fire chief, that there are no indications that this was a human caused or industrial caused fire. Everything that, all the information that they have at this point is that it was caused by that lightning strike the night before, which was investigated by the fire department and nothing was found. And then it popped up, just as yesterday we had all that lightning overnight, Sunday night to Monday, and we had many lightning fires start immediately and then continuing throughout the day. And the Williams Mine fire, which is in the National Forest, just northwest of Trout Lake, that popped up yesterday. That's also suspected to be from that lightning storm that went through. So that is common, that those lightning storms will go through and then the fire will lay down and smolder for a period of time, even days, before it is detected by someone and reported. And in this case, then the Bighorn fire case then takes off and runs for an official total of 51,569 acres. 4 structures were damaged. Only one of those were homes, and that was minimally damaged. So no homes were lost. It was declared contained on July 30th. State mobilization ended on that day and was turned back to the local fire districts. That was last Tuesday. Yes, and I would also like to report as being embedded with the incident management team from state mobilization. There are many layers of agencies that work under state mobilization, state fire mobilization, which we approved within hours of that fire starting. It was approved on that Monday at 5 p.m. Just thankful, because there was no way we had enough local resources to fight the fire, let alone if we could have got it stopped that night, we would have burned out all our resources just to do the mop up and containment in the following days. So that process for state mobilization requests and the approvals is being streamlined and prioritized and is much faster.
How long did it take from the initial calls to go out for crews to respond, fire in progress, for the state to actually take over control of the crews on the ground? How many hours are in the middle of that?
So they're doing things differently. I should say we are, right? The state fire mobilization goes through the Washington State Patrol, and because the fire marshal is under the Washington State Patrol. So everybody from State Patrol all the way down, as well as the State Emergency Operations Center, who we submit that request to. It's all been changing every year. from lessons learned. And in my view, it's all been an improvement. So last year during the Newell Road fire, the biggest issue that we faced was once state mobilization and the incident management team took over, they were saying we couldn't use local resources anymore. The local fire districts that it was affecting continued to fight the fire when there weren't state mobilization crews available, so sufficient number of them to actually fight the fire effectively. But officially, we're being told we couldn't use any local resources. In the Bighorn fire, that all changed. We were using local resources in the state mobilization under the IMT from the beginning, and that continued throughout until it ended on the Saturday before the fire was demobilized on a Tuesday. So that was very efficient and effective. So to say when state mob resources actually hit the ground and we're actively fighting that fire, and give you a time on Tuesday when that happened, I can't, because local resources that were already fighting the fire or new ones that came from other fire districts besides 2, because at that point it was only in Fire District 2, were being signed up into the state mob under the IMT and put officially under the state mob. But I would say that transition was a much more efficient and effective than I've ever seen it work. And what I observed and what I also was reported to me by people working the fire ground is that this fire exhibited behavior that was never before seen in our county in this kind of a scrubland, grassland fire. Every day of that fire for the first 3 or 4 days, it moved in a different direction. Sometimes it moved back against the wind, and it was burning against a 20-mile-an-hour wind. And the night that it took off, Wednesday night, and headed towards Alderdale, at 3 a.m. in the morning, there was fire behavior that you would typically see in the middle of an afternoon, 3 p.m. 48-mile-an-hour winds with firestorms that could not be challenged, and it just raced across the terrain at that point at 3 a.m. in the morning. And that's when you would expect the fire weather recovery to have kicked in, the relative humidity to come up, and everything to, if not lay down, to slow down. And it did not do that.
Well, I guess I would say I'm encouraged because the state had a lot of mistakes last year not in the boots on the ground, but in the management policy making kind of scenario. So I guess it's encouraging to me that they maybe are learning from those mistakes and building a better process. So that means our complaining is not on deaf ears, totally deaf ears, but.
Yes, I would agree. Having been, like I said, embedded in both of those fires and their incident management teams. Because last year, if you remember correctly, the state mob was approved under a type 3 incident management team, the lowest level that they had at the time. And immediately after they took over the fire, they started asking for a type 2 team because it's grown so fast. And was the complexity justified a type 2 team. And we got that type 2 team last year. I think it took 2 days to get them on board. This year, type 3 team, same, because in the initial attack, that's what was warranted. It quickly became more complex than a type 2 team on the official form. However, they asked for a type 2 team, I believe, on Tuesday or Wednesday morning. And because of all the fires in Washington, there were dozens of fires. Washington as well as in Oregon. Oregon got hit harder during this time frame. The The type 2 team request was not denied. There was none to give.
Not available.
Yep. And the same thing with the air assets that was mentioned earlier. We had lots of air resources on this fire throughout. At the time this fire was going on, it was the largest fire in the state of Washington. I think it was number 2 in the region, so we had priority. But we still couldn't get many of the resources that we would have liked because they were just not available. There were fires in Oregon that were unmanned. Nobody was fighting them because there was nobody available. Physically, nobody.
Two questions. First question, did you ever get a phone call from Hillary Franz's office on this?
No, not this one.
Yeah, last year on mine, I got a text message from her like 4 days after the fire, but no call or anything from her office. Second question is, do you know, and I can do my own research, but you might already know, there's private airplane firefighting companies out there that run big giant Mongo planes that like put the little guys to shame, but they're non-union companies and some states refuse to do business with them. Do you know if Washington is one of those? I know Oregon was, and that's why the Gorge Fire 4 years ago took off.
I don't know anything about
Don't know
that
anything about that.
and the
I'll have to
politics
research
behind that.
Well,
But I do know that during the Bighorn Fire, we had at least 2, if not 3 days, we had retardant dumps from those large aircraft.
I'm talking 747 aircraft.
At least one of those days we had a dump in that.
Okay.
From that, I don't know if
So
it was
then
the
we must,
747 or
because I don't think
DC-10.
DNR owns any of those 747 DC-10 type
Those
planes.
are all contracts.
So, okay,
Yeah.
good.
And I did
See,
see
state makes good choices.
during the same
sometimes.
time when the fire went on in Hood River, I saw 2 of those big ones flying.
Yeah.
Looked like 747s, 2 of them plus helicopters there. And then I think we shared, but I have to say, it was 100% different relationship and information value with InterWeb and the teams on the ground with DNR this year than the year before. Very
100%.
precise, very communication, I watched them work with locals and work with Jeff, and I was really pleased that they really wrapped everybody local in and respected and asked for the help.
Yeah.
I must
And
be they're learning, which is good.
yeah, we all are.
Right.
And that collaboration is only getting better. As you mentioned, the collaboration in the off season and the conversations that were had by local fire experts, as well as myself and the state MOB, and incident management team members have been very beneficial. This type 3 team was comprised of 3 different teams, actually members from 3 teams, because their team was not whole at the time. And some of those people were in the original type 3 team from last year's Newell Road fire.
Mhm.
And so they had direct knowledge of what happened there.
That's smart thinking there too.
That was just a matter of coincidence.
Coincidence.
What team was up on the
Oh.
rotation at the time our state MOB was approved? Yes, that wasn't planned, but got to work with some of the same folks and they were great. I mean, I know, thanks to Public Works, even though at the state level through that bureaucracy at State Patrol, it took, I think, 2 days. But they were struggling to get fuel. For a while, they were driving all their apparatus clear to Mapton to refuel. I helped one of our local fire chiefs get fuel at the county road shop in Bickleton and put Jeff Hunter and their logistics section chief in contact so that they could start to get fuel directly from there through us on a contract. So all of those things just continue to work better and better, as we learn these lessons. Any other questions about?
Do we have an approximate cost on the fire yet?
No, the last cooperators meeting that I was in, that's actually, I think it was a planning meeting where the finance check section reports, it was just under $2 million. Carmen, do you remember anything more? I think it was right at like 1.8, 1.9, and that was excluding the extensive air resources. They aren't able to track that in real time. So that was out without any of the air assets that were used. It was right at 2 million. And that would have been on, I believe that was in Saturday's planning meeting. So there would have been 3 more days of state mob expenses.
That excludes the damage done by smoke to the grapes, which cannot be determined until they are harvested and fermented.
That is just fire suppression activity costs. Yeah, no, that doesn't damage it.
Multi-dollar. Great business.
Yes, and has already been reported. Yes, the landowners, farmers, ranchers, vineyard owners have been significantly impacted. And we've also put them in touch, made them aware that the FSA program is available to them since the FMAG wasn't declared. So all those things are in play, facilitating what we can, but so much is outside of our control. And if there's nothing more on the Bighorn fire.
Jeff, are all the wind turbines, do you know, they're all grounded, right, with large grounding rods? So when lightning hits those, because they're the tallest things around, usually that goes straight to the ground and doesn't start fires, right?
That's correct. They're designed and installed in their best interest with grounding for lightning. The same as our towers are at our public safety radio sites. We use exothermal grounding, which is the highest level, copper wire and a welding technique.
Right.
I remember that when we were building this tower.
It costs a lot of money.
The expense and the welding technique and
Yeah.
So my question is anybody ever look to see, do we have fewer fires, like actual ground fires, or more ground fires in these areas where you put these huge, large grounding rods up in the air that pick up lightning strikes versus, if you've got 500 grounding rods 500 feet in the air, you'd think you'd end up having fewer fires than if they weren't there and then the lightning just hit the ground and started grass fires everywhere.
It's an interesting theory. I don't know that anybody's done the research behind that, but I see your logic.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything. Any research or theories based off of that. It does make some common sense. However, I think the increase in wildfires and a significant wildfire specifically has a lot more factors involved than whether we have more wind towers or not. There's a lot of other factors at play.
We can say all in all, this fire was a huge success considering we didn't lose, 50 homes or entire community or anything. With just some buildings that were scorched and a few losses, 50,000 acres, I think it's a pretty great win, and we need to send our heartfelt thanks to the state and to all the agencies that participated.
Yes, it's roughly 10,000 acres smaller than last year's Newell Road fire that was in the same area. And there were significant challenges when it was in the canyon there that caused it to blow up on Wednesday afternoon. That's a whole different kind of firefighting that is in the grassland. But the tragedy is what all of those landowners and business owners lost. But it is absolutely a positive that no homes were lost and no lives were lost. There was one minor injury of a firefighter that I know of, and that was it. But not to diminish the fact that there are, like I said, business owners, landowners out there that they will have to be selling cattle and horses because of the loss of grazed land and fences and so on.
Did this fire actually burn on the same ground that got burned last year? In other words, the ground that got burned last year created all that fertilizer by burning. Was grass growth higher this year in that pre-burned section that may have aggregated this fire? That's where my mind is going.
No, I don't think the landscape recovery for those fields was enough in the first year.
Okay.
I think it might have burned in some pieces, but from the burn scar from Newell Road, didn't re-burn this year to any significant degree. The undersheriff was out there on the ground more than I was. But what I saw on the fire map and that perimeter did not indicate that it.
Well, that's kind of what I'm thinking is where we saved on this one a little bit because of the burn scar of the last one.
Yep. And that could have kept it from going farther down towards Roosevelt and the
Yep.
landfill.
Yep.
Because that was all burnt west of the landfill last year.
Was that canyon that's north of the landfill burnt last year? Or that didn't get burned last year, did it? That was burned this year.
The locals, yeah, the locals said that several of those canyons hadn't been burned in some people's living memory. We're talking decades that those canyons haven't burned out, and that's why that was so hard to fight, even with all the air assets they put on it Wednesday all day long.
That's true. If you're fighting 40-year-old sagebrush
Yep.
that's 10 feet tall.
Those were the estimates, 40 to 50 years since the fire had gone through some of those canyons. Yep. And I guess I'd say in the middle, maybe towards the end, on Saturday, July 27th, we had the Cloudville or Horse Thief fire. It's 262 acres. Damaged vehicles in the Cloudville residence area.
Do we know how that started, by the way? I haven't heard anything on that either.
No, I asked the DNR. They didn't have any indications. I think it'll go undetermined.
It didn't start on the residence, though. It started west of the residence and blew through, right?
Yeah, as far as anybody was able to determine officially that I was told, it started right along the highway, just west of Cloudville. Yeah, between Cloudville and the Dallas Mountain Road intersection with 14 on the south side of 14.
Okay.
There were 14 people living at Cloudville, and we immediately started to set up a emergency evacuation shelter for those 14 people as we were notified by tribal law enforcement of the need. And as we were working on setting that shelter up in the Dalles with cooperation from Wasco County Emergency Management and the Red Cross, then we were notified that they had found other means. And then that fire was, I think it went because of all of the material in around the Cloudville area. The level 2 was on that property for 2 days to cool that off and allow for time for that to go out enough to deem it safe. And the DNR took that fire over sometime in the middle of the night on that Sunday morning time frame. We've had multiple other small fires at the time that I created this. I would say that probably double. So we had, I don't know, 5 just yesterday.
Any large firework fires from 4th of July to now?
That's a little lower. Another bullet point, whether we want to talk about a future fireworks ordinance. And so the simple answer to your question is no. Yeah, historically speaking, no major wildfires have been caused by fireworks incidents in our county. The biggest one in memory is in the town of Klickitat. Somebody threw fireworks over the bank, and it wasn't legal to do it when they did it. And they threw it over the bank under the bridge on the east shore of the Klickitat River, and then it moved in and around the west side of town, but was able to be stopped. See, the Williams Mine fire, because it is adjacent to our county, it is not affecting the residents of our county yet. And this is a total add-on because we got the first report of that fire yesterday, came into our 911 center because the cell tower is in our county that services that area. I think it was around 11 o'clock yesterday morning. We forwarded that on to the Forest Service dispatch. We got another call a couple hours later from someone in a different location reporting the fire had now started to plume. And that was forwarded to Skamania County so that they could do what they chose to with it, but it went on to the Forest Service. Then later in the day, Trout Lake firefighter called in and asked us to page them out because they were concerned it was getting close to the residents to the northwest of Trout Lake. the fire chief went out, talked to the Forest Service. They were already on scene doing what they do. Reported back that all of his firefighters could stand down. At that time last night, I think when I talked to the fire chief, it was about 20 acres. This morning it is grown overnight to 2,000 acres, and that was like at 6:30 this morning. We're continuing to track that and engaged with the U.S. Forest Service to make sure that we're in their information loop. We're at least in contact with their liaison, because this fire, as any fire like it, burning in heavy forested fuels, this fire won't go out until snows put it out this fall. So even if it doesn't, the fire itself doesn't threaten the residents of Trout Lake. The smoke, as you can see from this morning, it's trailing clear across our county and beyond. As that smoke plume changes and it lays down, a lot of our residents will be affected by that air quality. At which point my department will start talking to the health department, local hospitals, and talking about the availability of N95 masks for at least people with vulnerable conditions for air quality, if not the general public. So we're preparing for that. I'm trying to stay abreast of that situation as it develops.
Is it in the wilderness area?
It is at least adjacent to the wilderness area. It's in the Williams Mine area, if you know that, southwest foot of the mountain, between the wilderness area and Forest Road 23.
Okay.
The first call came in from someone that was on Forest Road 2312, if you know where that is.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second call with the report of the plume came from someone that was on the Steamboat Mountain Trail. Any other questions about? Okay. So the next bullet point is about firework codes, and we want to go there, but I don't know if I want to today.
Any questions on fires anymore, Mr. Anderson?
No questions here. Thank you for the update, Jeff.
Yeah. So the fireworks ordinances, I've done research after we last met, and prior to all the fire activity, as I've done in past years, brought it to the board. If you would like me to continue with that, it won't go into effect next year, as we know, in time for the 4th of July, which is time of concern. But it would the year after next if we do something, in the coming months before the end of this year. But it's up to you whether you want me to take time and resources to present you with a draft code based on other.
Well, I'm a no, because I still believe that if you pass ordinances for fireworks, all you're gonna do is drive people out into areas they shouldn't be lighting fireworks to light their fireworks. You can't make an ordinance and expect 100% of the people to abide by it. Bad people are bad people, and I don't care if it's a dog ordinance or a fireworks ordinance. I would much rather them light their fireworks off in the city than out in the country where there's no law enforcement. And then you guys are answering so many phone calls that somebody dies of a heart attack because they couldn't get in. When we don't have any historical precedent that there's an issue that needs to be fixed. So I'm a no, and that's why.
Yep. I have those same, there's lots of pros and cons.
There is, but I think
one clarification is that the city of White Salmon already has an ordinance that bans fireworks. The city of Bingen has had one for a long time. No burning whatsoever, no fireworks, all that stuff.
And so I can sit in
And our-
Bingen and White Salmon and not see a single firework on 4th of July, is what he just said, right?
Not what I said at all.
My point is,
But none of
still gotta do it.
whatever code we put in place wouldn't affect the cities either, but those cities have those codes.
So for my own reasons, I won't take your time, but I can glean your information if I need it. But I have done some historical research, and I will continue to do that. And we have this year to bring it up and work through it. As we know, we won't be able to accomplish it, but we can work towards some things maybe.
Okay.
And
Work towards some things like you want to move forward with that?
I'm not going to instruct staff to spend his time. I would rather spend my time and then I'll
Perfect. That's
reconnect with
clarification.
staff.
Yep.
Yep. I think
Thank
Jeff
you.
heard me.
Yep.
Yeah, I know you've got a lot on your plate. Well, I would like to see an ordinance under extreme conditions where the board could make decisions like I think Wasco County has the ability. Right now, you're still 2 years out and you've got a lot of other things on your plate. So put it on the agenda for the long range.
Thank you. I appreciate that consideration. So, next, I'd like to announce Employee of the Month for August. This Communications Officer and Lead Communications Officer, actually, Hannah Walter. And we gave out certificates for 1 year of service to Cadence Berkeyland and Caroline Ops. Last month now. Their 1 year was in July. So congratulations to
Yeah,
those
thank
3
you.
folks. Anything else?
Nope. Congratulations to those folks. Again, I've heard those names getting certificates in the past. They're probably starting a collection.
No. Yes, recognition often and as justified is always good for morale. So we can continue to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff.
And thanks to Carmen for loaning us all of her children.
You've raised them well.
Wasn't gonna get into that, but okay.
Jeff, one last question for you. I heard Carmen say there was one UAS on the Bighorn fire. Was that ours?
No, that was a DNR asset. Yeah,
Okay.
that they have one that's like 2 times or more bigger than ours that they use. And they used it mostly for more accurate mapping of the fire perimeter and hotspots so they could do their mopping up. But it also has the capability, as it was described to me by the incident commander, if they want to do burnouts, that it can drop pods that start those, so you don't have to have people on that burnout line in direct contact with the fire, and drip torches that fly that over and they drop these pods, and there's a chemical reaction that starts when it hits and it ignites and creates a line of fire to do their burnout. So that's one of the reasons they brought it down.
Yeah, I never liked drip torches. I would much rather a drone do that. I always felt uncomfortable on a drip torch.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons UAVs are good. It keeps human lives safer. Not just the public, but the responders. Anything
Thank you
else?
for your update, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a few minutes. Sure, Casey, we have some extra minutes. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
There's going to be a vacant position in the auditor's office for the clerical admin 2 in the elections department, and we are looking to get verbal for that post. It's a current position funded within the budget, and the auditor would like to post for that steps 1 through 3.
Good by me. I have no questions.
I have concerns as we go through budget, filling vacant positions, but I've had that for the last year. So that's my only concern.
Jake's a thumbs up.
You have 2. 2's enough.
Thank you. I keep them working. So do we have any other department directors or anybody that'd like to use? I have 6 minutes. Anything that you have for an update or anything for 6 minutes? I think we have a Zoom at 11:15 that we're waiting on. So Mr. Van Cleve sacrificed himself.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Madam Chair. As we discussed this morning, it's my intent to give Mr. Briones, who's doing the jail operations review, the time this morning. I think for various reasons, we've already moved the financial update till this afternoon. And if Mr. Briones does finish before the allotted time, then I'll do my normal update. But as I mentioned this morning, I've notified the corrections officers and the sheriff's staff, as I do every week, that if my report isn't given this morning, because I wanted to give Chief Briones as much time as possible, that I would do it during unfinished business. So at least the corrections officers and the management team know that it could be a split report today.
Okay, thank you.
So I don't know if Mr. Briones is on. He said he would try and get on early.
Yeah, I did dial in early. I'm on standby.
Okay.
Perfect.
And Chair, I'll turn it over to you if you want to.
Right, if Mr. Briones is ready to go, that would be great. Thank you for checking in early. Good morning.
Good morning. So my name is Jose Briones with the Island County Sheriff's Office. I'm the Chief Deputy over the Corrections Division here. Just a little bit of my background quickly, and then I'll answer a few questions, and then I can go through some preliminary documents. So I've been with the Island County Sheriff's Office since 2015. And before that, I was with the Department of Corrections here in Washington State since early 2000s. So I've got almost 25 years experience here in the field of corrections and law enforcement. In my time, I was an officer, deputy, sergeant, captain, worked on several specialty teams, emergency operations, investigations across the state, not just in Washington, but other states as well, and to include federal detention. So I've audited in multiple environments, not just jails, but prisons as well. And then I came out here to Island County, like I said, back in 2015 after they had a critical event out here. And the sheriff appointed me to kind of realign their facility, which is similar in size to what you all have out here. So 58 bed jail I'm in currently. The largest facility I've managed is 3,200 beds, up to including max custody. So kind of a variety of different areas. I've worked in corrections overall. So quickly today, I just wanted to make sure I was kind of giving the commissioners what they wanted. So I've got some preliminary information on how we do this type of review. I was asked to come out through Washington County Risk Pool to just more or less do like a facility operations inspection or an audit, as we would call it. And there's many areas that we review when we do things like that. So I will kind of explain some of what that looks like, and then I will turn it over to the board to ask any questions that they have of what the review looks like and the progress and where we're going to end up. So before I get started, any questions on that?
Mr. Anderson, any questions or move forward?
None yet.
Perfect. So I came out just about a month ago now and spent a few days out in the facility to just get a sense of the operations and see how the facility operates, look at the infrastructure, look at the staffing model, really just monitor and assess, really how the jail operates in a 24-hour period. So I came out and I was out there for about 3 days, and I looked at multiple shifts. I didn't just come in for one period. I came in for multiple periods and different days. And while out there, I also met with the staff individually, to include staff outside of the jail that are other stakeholders in the county operations. So when we do these types of reviews, I'm just going to my notes here quickly because I kind of wrote it all down. These types of reviews will encompass, a wide variety of how the jail operates. We look at the policies and the procedures and how the facility operates, what those policies look like as far as are they a canned developed process internally, or are they utilizing a vendor made process that is then to be adjusted for the site. Same with the procedures. Some places develop a lot of their own procedures. Some look at other best practices and they kind of blend it all together. We then look at leadership and supervision as far as what does that leadership and supervision structure look like within the facility, above, from the sheriff down across the county. We then look at the physical plant, what the physical plant layout consists of when the building was developed, stood up, what the type of infrastructure kind of looks like as far as updates and where the security protocols kind of come in place with the layout of the facility. We'll also look at the training the staff receive and how consistent that is, how regular, how well it's documented. If it's kind of meeting the CJTC standards for Criminal Justice Training Center. We'll also look at some of your more high risk liability areas, such as like medical and mental health, and kind of the more current trends that we're seeing in jails today as to where a lot of the risk lies. And we'll look at those contracts, and we'll look at kind of those processes and protocols, not just with the staff, but also how the medical teams operate in the facility if you have any. Staffing levels is also another thing that we'll look at. When we review staffing levels, we kind of look at the organizational chart of the entire sheriff's office, and then we look at the facility design based off of the tasks and the inmate population and some of the data that we collect to determine if the staffing needs kind of meet what the facility and the inmate population kind of throw at them. And so there's a varying degree of what people will say staffing levels should look like. There are some very clear documents out there through the National Institute of Corrections, NIC, or the Department of Justice on how to develop staffing models. There's no real set formula. There are some kind of markers you can look at in regards to emergency response and providing emergency services. I won't get into those too much because we don't like to release in such a public forum kind of what emergency operations responses look like, but there will be some detailed parts of that in the final report. We'll also look at the funding authority and what your budget looks like and kind of review a trending budget of say 5-6 years and kind of see where the money sits and where money has been put into the facility. That'll tie into also other things such as your training and your infrastructure and your capital plans for future development or renovations of a facility. So those are kind of the main areas that we look at. Within that, there's a lot of subcategories. So when we talked about like funding authority, that's going to come in also, and we're going to look at contracts that you hold with other entities, because you will hold several contracts for medical unless you provide internal medical services, which most counties don't anymore. They contract out that medical to be provided by a provider or a firm that will source you out nursing staff and medical staff and provide them within the facility. Same thing with your food service. We'll look at your food service contract. So there's a lot of areas within the facility we look at, and it's no simple task. It takes several site visits to come out and complete one of these. We review a lot of documents at this point. I've probably received close to 20 or 30 different PDFs on different aspects of the jail operation, which I'm reviewing, from budget to infrastructure to staffing model to training records to policies and procedures, internal processes within the jail. And then from that, we develop your report that kind of says, well, where do you sit as far as what you can determine you would want to improve on or not through a corrective action plan that will be provided. I won't provide a corrective action plan on things that you just can't do. It just doesn't make sense to do that. I'll make recommendations on areas that you should look at to mitigate risk and safety concerns within your facility. And it won't be pie in the sky stuff. It's things that really are more industry standard that if you're going to operate a corrections facility, you should really be in line with. So that's kind of the gist of the process and what I'm doing for you right now. And I would turn the floor over to you to ask any questions of kind of what I've just shared with you so far.
I just have one quickie. A piece of that stood out to me is you said that most jails don't have any in-house medical staff. They contract medical staff. Is that what I heard you say?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
How long do we expect before the final is done?
I'm going to try and have a draft report here within the next 3 to 4 weeks. And then I would share that with the BOCC. And then I would try and get that finalized after I receive a few more documents. There's still other documents I've requested that I haven't received yet. It's a process to get them all. And then I have to trend some of the data to go with it. I mean, a draft document probably within 3 weeks, which would outline the findings so far of what the review looked like. But if there are specific questions you want to ask around the operations of your facility, I'm somewhat familiar with them now. I just don't have it all drafted out in the formalized document yet.
Jose, this is Rob. I want to follow up with Commissioner Christopher's question. So when other counties contract out for medical services, there's still people on site, such as a nurse. They're just employed by the contractor. Is that how that works, or is it many different models?
Well, there's a few different models out there. The model that we use through our contract is we contract with a vendor that provides us with all of our services. So we've designated kind of what that staffing model looks like as far as the type of care we want in our facility, and then based off of that, we pay a fee for those hours and those classifications. And so, some places will use maybe a couple of LPNs and an RN, and then have a medical provider, whether it be a physician's assistant or some level of ARNP, or even a doctor. It all depends on what level of care they want to provide. A lot of facilities are utilizing the nurse practitioner model with ARNPs with a mental health component and degree, so that they can prescribe mental health medications, and also ones that are waivered for Suboxone and other types of MAT and MOUD treatments that are out there. The laws have recently changed on that process, so people are able to provide easier. Before there was an X waiver required. But again, it depends on, how much you want to commit to your medical services. I would personally say that most jails right now need to look at improving in their medical area, because that's where a lot of your risk lies when you get people coming in. The population has changed so much, even in the last 9 years that I've been out here. It's consistently changed and gone from more of that criminalistic behavior of just bank robbers and hooligans to really people that are chemically dependent, mentally ill. And so when you start trending your data and you look at what are you booking into your jail and what type of services do they require, you're going to find that a lot of people coming into your facility have co-occurring disorder, or chemically dependent, or have mental health issues that need to be treated. And so depending on how much risk you want to mitigate up front will depend on what type of medical staffing model you want to provide in your facility.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
So, I know you don't want to provide pie in the sky, things we can't do, things we can't change. But I know that it looks like there's going to be legislation that's been proposed and potentially passed in the next couple of years that'll set jail standards in Washington State. If that happens, it would be nice to say, like, here's our risks, if jail standards are set, like looking forward, of the things that either we can't do currently or that are going to be very costly, that are, that you see on the horizon that could be very expensive to the county. So like major capital risks.
Understood. I actually am on that, the governor's task force for jail standards. I sat on that the last year and a half, almost 2 years now, developing some of what came out in proposal. It kind of changed and shifted to more of an oversight committee. And then so they kind of put it on the back burner and said, no, we need to come back and redevelop this to actual jail standards. And so, yes, you can very much expect to see in the future that Washington jails are going to see standards. And that's a good thing, really. Standard, there's nothing wrong with that. It's not a pie in the sky thing. It just really determines what kind of policies, procedures, and infrastructure you should have in place if you're going to operate a jail. And I know there's discussions around the possibility of moving your facility through contract. What I would just say, as someone who's familiar with this process, as much as you can do that, you will still be required to have some form of temporary holding facility, whether it's the current infrastructure you're using now, and about with what you have for your staffing model. You're still going to require that to hold for temporary holding, and then have a transport division to move people back and forth, which means you're still going to have a food contract to feed people. You're still going to have a medical contract to manage medical. And so really it comes down to, do we want to invest the money in our own facility and keep our people here and manage them the way we want to manage them? Or do we want to farm it out and still, pay additional funds to do that? So there are multiple aspects on contracting out beds that I don't think people take into consideration. There's no just shutting down your jail. You're going to have some form of a facility to do temporary holding. and or manage people that are in between being seen for at least their preliminary hearing and being held.
Anything else, Mr. Anderson?
Not at this time.
Heard a deep breath. No, that's great. I'm glad for the laundry list. I think you're being very thorough and I appreciate it.
One thing I want to mention, first of all, thanks to the Island County Sheriff for his patience and understanding and letting Mr. Briones help us. And I think you've seen his qualifications and background, so we're in good hands as far as that review is going. Just one of the many things they're working on is they identified that our Spellman, which is the software used in law enforcement, the module for the jail was out of date, and he has a sergeant who is considered a super user or whatever he called him, has been highly trained, and he will come down with Chief Briones at some point in the future and help us update that, and that'll be better report, better information. And so that's the kind of level of assistance that we're getting. And
is it just Spillman software for the jail that's out of date, or for law enforcement and emergency management as well?
That's not my area, but it's my understanding. I don't know if Jeff Filler, Carmen can speak to that. I think the whole system is going to be upgraded later in the year.
If you want, I could probably give you some information on that as well.
Yeah, that's what I had in my report earlier about the updates starting in August, I think August 21st or something. So sooner rather than later.
Right. And so, but it's everybody. It's not just two departments. Sheriff will get it too.
So yeah, the way the record management system works, it's owned
It's
by
one
my
unit.
department.
Yeah.
Yes. And then there are other users of it,
Right.
including
Okay.
the cities for law enforcement. And the jail is one of those users. They have their own module, jail module, that is, theirs to use only. And there are updates that go with just that.
Right. I just wanted to make sure we were updating everything and not just the jail module.
But what Mr. Briones and the sergeant will be focused on is the jail module and help getting that.
So what I'm understanding is there's different modules, so they're at different levels right now, and there's updates needed.
There
within
can
those.
be updates to the base system
Okay.
and to the modules. What we're responsible, emergency management is responsible for the base system.
Yeah.
For all the users.
And I know that Jeff's department in IT has been working with Mr. Briones and his sergeant to on that particular module. Mr. Briones, do you want to add anything on?
I can. I didn't want to cause you all this grief from that statement there. So let me clarify it a little bit. There are different types of updates that can be provided through the vendor, as well as internal updates that can be done by the user. What we are focusing on for the jail is internal updates. So there's, for instance, classification tools that are utilized within the system. These were developed when they rolled out Spillman 20-something years ago for a jail module. And in over 20 years, obviously, there's been obvious improvements in a sense of how classification tools can be modified and used with the types of questions. So like a suicide risk assessment tool, your system doesn't have that in there. Most don't, because people haven't added one or created one. We are using an evidence-based suicide risk assessment tool. So when people come in, we can rank them out to determine if they're a high risk for suicide. So that's not something that Spillman technically does. They provide an area of the platform you can put something in to create. We've created one. There's also a mental health assessment tool that can be used to kind of determine where people sit on the spectrum of issues. There's a medical tool that can be updated. Same thing. Instead of just maybe having a basic 10 questions, our screening tool is closer to 40, and it covers a much wider variety of issues that you want to identify with the current type of population that you're serving. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be coming out and we're updating that for you and putting some additional tools in that program so that your staff can better screen individuals that come in. We're also going to be updating the system in regards to incident management or incident reporting. So there's some basic incident reporting tools that are in the program now. When I came out to Island County, I did the same thing here. I added probably about another 50 identifiers so we could track different types of incidents within the facility to identify trends and issues and safety concerns. These are just things we're building out for you. It's not that there's a problem with your system. We're just making it a more robust system that will provide you with better data just for risk management.
And I just wanted to highlight, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Jeff. I just wanted to highlight the level of assistance that we're getting from him and his staff and from the risk pool. So,
yes, and we'll be coming out to do some additional training. It won't just be in Spillman. There's some other security protocols and procedures that we're going to be helping map out for the agency because there's no point in waiting for something to happen. So if we can help with some other areas of improvement, which we've identified, we're going to start assisting with providing some training in those areas as well, just to kind of help get staff kind of moving in a positive direction. And it'll be in multiple areas.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
No, good stuff. I'm liking what I'm hearing so far. So,
well, I know you asked for this early on, and we've tried a few times and trying to get everybody's schedules lined up. So we're just trying to.
My apologies. I audit across the state, and I'm working right now with 2 other facilities on similar matters or in custody death reviews, and of course I have to manage my own facilities. So I was supposed to be out here this week, and then we hadn't got the Spillman component completed yet. So for me to bring my sergeants out with me to do training once we get out there, because that was the plan, is update the system, do some training in some areas. There's going to be a couple of more site visits that we come out for. So I apologize for the delay. I have a couple of these that are going right now.
well, we appreciate all you're doing, sir.
Yeah, no apologies.
Yeah, no delay on your side. It was just, trying to get everything lined up, and I didn't want him to have to make a trip out here just for an update if we couldn't coordinate it with a visit. And as you can see, the amount of time and energy and effort he and his staff are putting in on our behalf is pretty impressive.
There's a lot to consider.
It's a lot to consider, and I know it's appreciated very much.
Yeah, and all positive stuff. I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We'll see you on your next trip up.
All right. Thank you very much.
Well, there's still some time. I can do
Yes,
my
there
jet
is.
update now if you want me to.
Yes.
Okay.
That would be great.
Just go through the tasks. What I'm trying to do is just focus on the ones that there's been change, new, or progress on. We're currently at about 40 different tasks we're working on the transition of the jail. And again, that's just to move it from the sheriff to the BOCC under the new Department of Corrections. The jail administrator position has been posted for a little less than a week. It's posted through Prothman. It's posted on NeoGov, our NeoGov, the Washington Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs, and it's been distributed to every county in the state of Oregon. And we're already starting to get
Oregon or Washington?
both.
Okay.
Every county in Oregon received a copy, and then it's posted in Washington through their professional association. Oregon doesn't have a similar association as this state, so it's pretty well blanketed both states, and we're already getting applications. So the next
Out of curiosity, throw it into Idaho.
Did I what?
Is it Idaho posted or no posted?
No, but I could reach out and see if I can find a contact or see if they have a similar.
I mean, it's close
association.
enough.
Yeah, Prothman has a nationwide reach, but it's posted on all the major job boards like NeoGov and government.jobs.
Okay,
whatever that is. But I'll check into that. And then the next step is, and I'll be talking to you individually first, and then come back to the commission to talk about the hiring process. Chief Briones and I have been talking about it. He has some suggestions. He's also willing to sit in on that panel if you should want him to. So he's really putting in a lot of time and effort on our behalf. But I will discuss that with you, and the first review is September 1st. And as you know, it's open till filled. So prior to then, we should start working on the process you want to use, questions you want to ask, that kind of stuff. Establishing the new originating agency identifier, something I never knew about and didn't think I ever wanted to know about, but now I know a lot about. I finally formally asked the state police to connect me with somebody in their technical department to fill out this application. Nobody currently here has ever had to fill one out. We've had this number for a very long time. And so they did. Then yesterday I talked to somebody who is an information security officer in the Office of Access Technical Support Supervisor. And she will walk us through the process to fill out the application to get it to the FBI. So that's interesting.
Assuming her
process.
business card is this big to list that title on there.
It, yeah, I'm just thankful that they finally could talk to somebody that could, at the state, who can walk us through that process. They kept referring me to people we don't have. I said, well, we don't have that position. So she's very nice. She said she'll help us. Lexipol, he talked about policies, whether they're internally created. We currently use Lexipol in the sheriff's office to house our policies and get new policies. And
Does Lexipol provide those policies, or do jail managers create policies to manage their jail?
I can have the
Come up.
sheriff. Yeah.
Yeah,
Is that all right?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
It's a good question.
Would you like me to answer that one for you?
Well, I want to hear from
Oh, he's still
everybody.
there.
I want to hear from all sides, because while I understand we may have a policy that's taken through Lexipol or whatever, it doesn't make it the right policy or the best policy or the most updated policy. That I'd like to see choices. And so that's kind of where I'm coming from. Is this a Lexipol thing that you can add pieces
Yes.
to? Or?
So we're a Lexipol agency here in Island County, and so it'll provide you with a very evidence kind of based structured policy that's got RCWs and federal laws attached to it, if it's that type of policy, and with best practice in mind. And then what you're expected to do as an agency is curtail it specifically to yourself, because there's different languages and lingos used in some facilities, and you might have a program or not have a program that they provide a policy for. So you go through your manual and you will remove any policies that don't apply to you. Like, we don't have canine units in our jail, so we don't have a canine policy. So we can remove ones like that. If you don't have therapeutic treatment units in your facility, you can remove those types of policies. But you should have things like use of force, medical standards, different standards of care. And so
my question, I appreciate your answers. I don't want to cut you off, but
go ahead.
I understand that Lexipol provides policies for all these different things, but I'm saying, in your expert opinion and your knowledge, do they miss things? So you had to create a policy and plug it in because they didn't have one.
They will have a policy. You will likely have to adjust it to make it fit for your facility, because there might be parts of it that just don't fit. But as far as use of force standards go, like the use of force policy, for the most part, should be left untouched, because that's really what Washington's law is going to require. But you might have to change some of the verbiage, because you might not have certain types of less lethal or chemical agent type tools in your facility that you use. So you would remove those sections.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Carmen, did you want to add anything? Thanks for coming up. Okay. Thank you, Carmen.
Thank you.
Okay, so, and then I found out from the pool that they do cover the part of the cost, or reimburse us for part of the cost of Lexipol. I think there's stipulations and requirements that I believe, such as we have to distribute new policies, revised policies. I think there's updates, Chief Briones might know this, that come in and have to be distributed to the corrections officers or the deputies, and we have to be able to track that, things like that. So I'm going to follow up with more information, but they do help offset the cost of that. And so we'll see if we can utilize that moving forward to offset some of the cost of that Lexipol system. Background checks. I've already told you that Goldendale's provided the vendors who do their polygraph, their psych test, and their background check. And I've reached out to White Sand and Benjamin for the same information, just so we have more than one choice. And then I'll actually reach out to the vendors and make sure that Goldendale doesn't think they actually have a contract with these. So maybe as needed. So I'll make sure that when the transition is done, we'll have a service available, and then the jail administrator, of course, can take that or change it or do whatever they want. But I think we need, from day one, we need to have somebody able to do that stuff. Fuel cards, I did reach out to the auditor, and I'm we talked about it. I'm proceeding with setting up a new fuel card. It's a little bit more expanded than what we have now, covers more stations. And it's with the state WEX system as opposed to what we had. So we're working on that. Tomorrow I should receive information on who our uniform vendor is and find out if that vendor is also the one that does our patches. We're gonna have to have new patches created for the Department of Corrections. The uniforms will work. We'll just have to take all the current patches off. I suspect we're gonna want that to be in progress before or at the point of transfer. So I'm getting that information. We have a local seamstress who does all the alterations and will sew the patches on. So I'm gonna talk to her and find out what the cost would be to change patches over on these uniforms. We may have to go ahead and develop a new patch before we have a jail administrator so that we can actually have the uniforms correct. So I do have the county logo, and maybe we'll be talking at some point about how we want to deal with the patches, because anything that says sheriff's office on it will come off. So the shoulder patches on the back. So identifying those vendors and getting costs and prices and so we can move forward on that, should you instruct me to do so. Then there's some things that were in that dawned on me. There's things in the final resolution. They're not on this task list. They should be, so that people understand. So it just doesn't all come out on one multi-page. So the transfer of all personal property that's currently used in the jail, that's IT, desk, all the equipment that's used in operation in the jail will be included in the final transition resolution to transfer it all over to the Department of Corrections. All programs administered at the jail by the county sheriff, they will be transferred to the Department of Corrections vis-a-vis the county in the final resolution. Budget authority for facility staff, i.e. the org chart, will be transferred over to the Department of Corrections in the final resolution. All jail records, forms, and documents in the possession of the jail will be transferred to the Department of Corrections in that final resolution. The inmate handbook will be transferred to the Department of Corrections in that final resolution. All terminology within any official document contract will be covered in that resolution, but then we'll have to go back through and manually change it over each. Some will require probably revising or renegotiating these agreements. In transferring the inmate trust fund checking account and all assets will be transferred to the Department of Corrections in that final resolution, and review all contracts, MOUs, agreements, grants to update the appropriate contact at each of those different agencies, departments, funding sources will be officially covered in that final resolution. So again, we're up to about 40 separate tasks that we're working on. And Chief Briones I've already sent this list to him. He's agreed to review it and see if I'm missing anything. I'm sure I am, because every time we talk to somebody, we find out something, and it runs anywhere from patches to vehicles. So I appreciate him doing that. And we've already had a brief discussion about one thing. And so he said when he had time, he'd take a deeper look at it and make sure that we're trying to cover all the bases. So we don't know what we don't know. So by asking people like Chief Briones and the sheriff's staff and other folks, we're kind of uncovering things that haven't been thought about for quite a while.
I guess I'd say I want to thank staff for all you're doing. I want to thank Chief Brion for all he's doing, but in the same tone, I want to thank our risk pool. If it wasn't for them during this process, God, I wouldn't. I mean, I'm not slamming our old ones. I like them personally, but I wouldn't want to even think about where we would be with our old ones. So, wow.
Yeah, they're helping on many different levels with this. And again, finally, I don't know if the chief's still on. I'd like to thank him. He's invaluable as a resource in this process.
Yeah, and thank you for such close communications and coordination with staff. It's really helped.
And I hope we're doing a better job communicating with the corrections officers. I always notify him every week. And again, it wasn't Chief Brown's fault that took so long to meet with you commissioners, but we're trying to follow through with all the directives she gave us early in the process and making sure we're being as transparent. And I know it's reported on the media that he was going to be on today. So we're being as open and transparent as we can with the public and the stakeholders.
With all there is to do, I would rather it be slower so that it's correct. I'm not upset with the
And
time
that we
frames.
can agree.
And I will circle back with our partners. I did respond to one of the mayors who had a question about where we're at. So,
Okay.
so I need to do a better job of making sure that Goldendale Police and Binge and White Salmon are also aware of what we're doing.
Yes,
So,
I understand there's a push to take it over and do it tomorrow. That's just setting us up for failure. I hope we continue to not kick a can down the road, but do our due diligence so that we make less mistakes. Because all those mistakes are going to be costly. So,
and my intent is, and I think it aligns with the directive, which is always good, is that have as much done as possible to hand to a new jail administrator so they're not starting from a standstill, that things are either done or in motion, and they can pick it up and make it their own, working with the commissioners.
yeah, because once they even come on, it's still going to be a year-long transition, or more. So okay.
That's it for me today.
Good update.
Thank you. No, it was a great update. And thank you, Mr. Brones, or Chief Brones, if he's there.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So 11:46.
And we said the finance update's going to this afternoon? Under unfinished?
Yeah.
Huh? 10 minutes, you said? Oh. I only heard the 10 minutes part. And I'm like. You're gonna fix our county's woes in 10 minutes.
Okay.
I don't have anything. You want a motion to recess?
I would entertain that. Yeah.
Madam Chair, I move that we recess for lunch, be back at 1 o'clock.
I will second the motion.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Heading to lunch, huh? Great. Oh, good afternoon. I'd like to welcome you back to the Klickitat County Commissioners' regular meeting afternoon session, and all three commissioners are present with Mr. Anderson on Zoom. So we will start with a public meeting for a short plat with our planning department.
Thank you. So this is approval for short plat number 2024-05. The applicants are Brian and Sandra Alley. The proposal is to create two lots from parcel 03110919030200. The proposed short plat is located within a portion of section 9, township 3, range 11, Willamette Meridian, Klickitat County, Washington, in the Snowden vicinity. The administrative review of the short plat has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from Road, Health, Planning Departments, and the Treasurer's Office. All conditions attached to preliminary approval have been met. If the board finds that it is in the public's interest to approve this short plat, a motion needs to be made granting final approval of SPL 2024-05.
I don't know if I can vote yes for this because she was supposed to bring me a pen. That doesn't look like she did. So I might have to abstain just for lack of writing utensil.
Invisible.
No, I don't have any problems.
Mr. Anderson? Oh, go ahead.
Okay, I would make a motion that we approve short plat SPL 2024-05 for the alleys.
I will second the motion.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could have a stamp.
Your signature.
Yeah.
We do so many.
I think that he signs for Jake or whoever is. Oh, I got it.
Did you want it back or do you want to come up here?
Yeah.
You get about half a name with that pen. You again. I saw you here this morning. You must have been worried.
Recites. There you go, ma'am.
Thank you.
Just here for sport.
We'll let you date it.
Okay.
Today is the 6th, 8/6.
As long as it don't show up with 4-wheel drive, we're good. So I don't know if you noticed this or not, but I'm kind of cheap.
What?
Frugal.
Frugal, cheap, fiscally responsible. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay.
I just got a text message that said very cheap.
We're not gonna ask who it is.
I just bought her a $75 massage yesterday.
Adult probation, Courtney Cook.
I'm not that cheap.
She probably deserved it.
100%.
All wives do.
All right. Hello, I haven't been here since March.
I was just thinking about you this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. In March, I was here requesting funding for a database system, which was looking around like near 80 grand. And thank you to Commissioner Anderson for your recommendation of going back to the state and talking with them about negotiating those costs down, because I was able to have those conversations, and it did take up until recently. And they were able to negotiate the cost down to a one-time fee. Whether that allows us access to that system for a year or 5 years, still only that one-time cost. Ends up being $40,440. Yes, that's still a lot. However, that includes database conversion now and later. So if we onboarded with the Tyler technology database system, which is the standalone copy of the live system that the courts and probation will go on to at some point when it's our turn to phase into that, they would already have that data and it would move straight into it, and we wouldn't have any costs associated with that. And once that happens, when we go live, the county would not be burdened with any costs for probation and the courts and juvenile, I believe. All of them will be under the statewide system. So that's our hope for it. Our current system with probatum, it ends the end of this year. We did look at another option. It is not panning out because we would be forced to use our own staff hours to manually input that data, and we can't do it with the number of cases we're running right now and the difficulty with some of the cases we're dealing with, and just with the training and the little things here and there that happens in offices. We don't have the time to input that manually. So I'm concerned about that.
I have questions. Do you want them as we go or do you want them at the end? So 40,400 I'm trying to refresh my memory. The state's essentially eventually going to provide a service, but do we know now any update on how many years away?
So last number I received was 2026 is when we would be able to go on live.
So we need something to get us between January 1, 2025.
To sometime in 2026, yes.
To sometime in 2026. What was the initial number you had you came forward with?
It was $18,000 a year. With a onboarding 55,000. And that data conversion from their own system to the new live system would be 40 grand.
So you're saying total combined would have been about 108 grand?
Mhm. Yes,
Get us that year and a half-ish.
that's originally what they were quoting.
And then they
Yeah,
come
that's
back to
crazy, and I need to be
400.
into that business and then the concrete business. And I don't know, the livestock barn business and
Technology is the wave of the system.
I'm surprised how big of a cut.
So when I reached out to administrative office of the courts, and the steering committee between probation association and them, they originally said that $40,000 data conversion was not supposed to be, and that was not allowed or agreed upon. And then we talked about how the live system is they're putting us in this situation, right? Verbatim is closing down their doors because they're losing contracts because everybody's going to the free statewide system. So because of that, they were able to negotiate a lot of the cost.
well, and I would figure that whether we pay the cost today or the state pays the cost, somebody's going to be paying the cost a year and a half from now to onboard us.
Mhm.
So I think they were probably originally double dipping and going to be charging us, and then they were going to be charging the state later too. And then they're like, no, we're still going to charge the state. So we'll give you a little bit of a break on the front end.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I wasn't involved in like the negotiations because that was the committee at the AOC level with Tyler Technology. But they went to bat for us and
Next question is, how many other choices do we have?
well, we could go with the Scram agency, but I'm gonna have to onboard or
That's the one with you don't have enough staff to do it.
well, either way, I don't have enough staff to do the data conversions. Unless there's an option to outsource that for somebody to do that data conversion for us at a cheaper cost. Tyler will do it for us at like, I think it's 14,000 for the data conversion. That's incorporated in that 40,000. So technically, yes, we could slash 14 grand off of the 40,000.
But you're paying somebody else,
But
which could be 14 grand anyway, right?
Yeah.
But you're paying
And I have
somebody.
to, and it's important that we keep in mind that once verbatim ends, we lose all that data. And I cannot have that happen at all. That's lawsuit.
So when are you looking at this going live or signing the contract? It wouldn't then be on January 1st, or would they be, are we having to pay for it before January 1st? I guess that's
Well-
all fixed in the price you have here anyway, so it's relevant. Forget my question.
Okay. The sooner the better we get going so that we can start implementing and phasing in. It's like a 4-step process, getting that data onboarded so that our staff can actually use their system. So it's, yes, we're down to the wire, but it's taken since March to now for those cost negotiations to take place.
So this will be all a coordinated effort too with the courts and everything once you get it done. You'll all be tied together in the same system.
Eventually, probably in 2026, there's some rumblings of trying to get us onboarded to the live system earlier. But my last conversation with AOC was that
the end result, though.
Yeah, that hasn't been determined yet.
Well, and that's my next question is, if we sign up for this thing with 40 grand to cover us through sometime in 2026, and they decide they're going to do it in March of 2025, could we anticipate any money coming back to us because we didn't use it for a year and a half? Or is this just the cost to get it done?
That's just the cost.
It is what it is. You're not
Whether
getting
it's a
money
few
back.
months or 2 years or even 5 years. I know that there's been other counties that have opted out of onboarding with the live system right now, just because with the live system, there's hiccups and updates that have to be changed because it's a work in progress type program. And going on live now would interfere with some of their other processes. So they're like, well, we'll just wait a little bit longer. So some other agencies are hopping on sooner than later.
What are those ones that are waiting doing? Are they just waiting until November? Are they gonna wait into next year?
I think my interpretation was that they were waiting until 2026 towards the end.
What are they gonna do? I mean, are they in the same system we are? They're gonna lose their data and
No. So there's multiple different agencies.
they're hooked up with a different company who's not quitting at the end of the year.
Right. Like Pierce County is specifically the one I'm talking about. I think it had something to do with their court payments system within.
Yeah, it makes
what they
sense because
have.
I would be telling you the same thing. If the company we're currently using is good enough to get us through until the new system arrives, then hell no, stick with the system you got.
I wouldn't be here asking.
And that,
Yeah.
right, and that's what they're doing. They're sticking with the system they got. We don't have that option.
Right.
Okay, good enough.
Yes.
don't
My plan C, D, option is an option. It's what we were using, previous to joining on a Probatum. But if that crashes, IT has no way to fix it for us. And
Was that a home built database?
Yes.
That Larry built?
Yes.
If I'm remembering right, yeah.
and it's, we've gotten into it and we've been playing with it as an idea. I was really seriously trying to use it. It's taking more time than I anticipated, moving things back into it with the financials and all the data and stuff. And then just with the abundance of case numbers we've been getting lately, we can't keep up. We just can't. I'm having staff just overwhelmed, and I can't put them through more right now. And I can't take on either. So.
Mr. Anderson, do you have questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Courtney, it sounds like there are counties that are currently opting out from going live that were expected to go live, correct?
Correct.
Can we slide into one of those spots with the state and make the case? And is there a rationale for the commissioners to help out, to have a conversation with them to say, hey, look, we don't have $40,000 to spend. And if somebody else isn't using their slot, we'd like to raise our hands. And then we don't have to do this twice over.
There has been those conversations, and I think it also is important that we have those conversations with the courts and everybody else that would be affected with it. I don't know if it's an option for just my department to slide in. I think that I want to assume that the whole county
I would agree with that.
and that takes coordinating with East District Court, West District Court, Juvenile Department, Superior Court. And I don't know how that's going to affect them. I know when I did briefly speak about it, it was kind of a shock and kind of scary because there are some things that need to be, purchased to get that stuff going, scanners, desk scanners, and some other things that they wanted to plan ahead. And if that were to happen this spring, and budget's already been proposed, kind of puts us in another situation. I think it's a potential. But again, when I reached back out to AOC, they didn't have that conversation yet about who's going to be moved up on those lists. They were trying to take precedence, counties that are dealing with this similar situation with Probatum, getting them moved up. But I don't know where that's at.
I don't understand why Probatum would close their doors a year early. That just doesn't make any sense. I mean, if you can stay open for another year, why wouldn't you?
And I asked if there was a way that we could continue to, use their system, but
unless they needed to update their system and they didn't want to pay the money to have to update it just for a year, that's the only thing that makes sense.
They just said it wasn't cost effective for them to keep running.
Yeah.
With the number of
People that love.
contracts, yes.
Is Probatum a cloud-based service, or do you have copies of all the files, and can you get copies of all the files?
It's a cloud-based service. I do not have the capability of just downloading a spreadsheet or the files. So what I have to do is save them as a PDF and into a scan folder, and then reference back to that PDF for that data.
Have you worked with IT on this?
Yes.
And they can't find a way around? I mean, it seems kind of ridiculous that you're having to save it as PDFs and scan it.
Yes, I've talked to IT if there's a way to extract that data, and there's no way for us to extract that into a different format than printing it on hard paper or PDF.
Right, but Probatum should be able to provide it to us. I mean, we paid these people how much a year?
2,400.
Yeah, they should be able to provide us what we need if they're shutting down so that we can do an easy exchange over.
They can, and they've offered, but it's at a cost, extra cost. I believe it was somewhere around $7,000 to $10,000 to extract that into the appropriate file format to then upload to another format.
But that still makes you uploading all new cases individually.
Or paying somebody else to do it, yes.
So it doesn't alleviate the labor hour problem, even if you went that route.
Correct.
So I guess it sounds like to me, if this new system's coming online in 2026 and we know it's coming, but we could get on a little earlier, we just got to have multiple departments get together to work on it and talk with the state. That needs to be a discussion that we need to have as soon as possible and see if that's a possibility. Then it could save us a lot of work over the short amount of time.
I don't disagree, but it isn't departments, it's offices. And so if that's an option, I would certainly hope that this board is going to have a delegate work on that and not send Courtney off to do our bidding. Kind of a scenario, because I honestly feel that's going to be like herding cats and it isn't going to get done in time. And there's going to be at least one of those elected officials that is not ready to make the move. So I'm just recommending, if that is the answer from this board, that you don't lay that on Courtney's plate.
I was thinking it would be someone from the board along with IT getting together with all of the individuals and electeds involved so that we can look at this holistically, like we're trying to move everything into the 21st century as we continue to talk about.
Yeah, I don't see that as a problem, but I also know how long it took to renegotiate contracts with cities and whatnot. So I worry about timelines.
Yeah, when you start mixing all kinds of efforts together, it gets tougher. I have a question. If you put this off, I don't know how long it takes them to transition you.
And it could take up to 4 months.
4 months. And what happens if they don't get all the way done? Like if we kick this down the road and they don't get all the way done and Prothman shuts you off?
Verbatim shuts us off. Well, luckily we'll still have the data, the hard data, right? We'll have the electronic documents and the hard files.
Okay.
Then it would be up to us to somehow input it manually, or again, request funding for somebody else to do it.
And thinking back, I don't remember where we were with budget when we started talking about this. Do you have math calculations here for input from your budget still, or are you looking?
So for my this year's budget, it only has the fees associated with Verbatim.
Okay.
It didn't incorporate additional fees.
Okay.
For the new system, because I had come in March,
right?
Because I would.
And you did this year's budget with 2,400
right.
last August. when we did the budget
Mhm.
for this.
Right.
Yes, I did request it and build it in to 2025's budget. Just to get it in there,
Okay.
just in case. But I wanted to get in front of you guys first.
So you have it built into your proposed 2025 budget. So technically, if we authorize it today, you already have it in there. We'd be paying for it this year, so you technically wouldn't need it in your next year's budget.
Right. Because with the timelines, I didn't want to, I wanted to just cover my bases and put myself in a situation where.
Yeah,
Yes. Yes.
yeah, I'm a yes. I don't know where the rest of the board stands, but I'm not going to back up your department or all the cases and or try to herd cats with, what would that be, 4 different elected officials, 5 when you get the clerk's office? Yeah, that's more cats than I want to herd.
Yeah, I don't think it's possible. And I think you probably can't wait because we can't get stuck.
Yeah,
in
and you
that.
got to do it in the next month and a half.
Mhm.
So,
Right.
and you've been working on it for 4 months. They're gonna not have been working on it.
Well,
for 4 months.
technically, since I was told in November of last year.
Right, so they're gonna need a month to evaluate before they can even tell you whether they can or can't. So. yeah,
And then have
I'm-
conversations
I'm
with
just a
AOC
yes.
and, yeah.
We'll see where you stand with the rest of the board.
So have you talked to anyone about money, about a transfer and where we could take it from, or have we?
No, I have not.
Okay.
Because my current budget for like supplies and services is very limited. I don't have extra funds
Mhm.
within that to transfer. And in fact, I'm gonna have to do a supplemental to add funds in my wages and benefits this year, the next supplemental request. That's because of COLA increases and the retirement we had.
Mm.
Oh, we don't have to do that? Oh. never mind.
Jen, do you have advice for us on financials for this? Where we could? Because I'm not sure how it all moves and works exactly, and I have to depend on you for that.
Did Jen have a mic?
The same way as the generator purchase, you're coming up with it from somewhere and or
Okay.
unaccounted for revenues from interest and or COVID money and or reserves. I mean,
40.
you're coming with somewhere. You need a microphone.
Oh. You're like me, Jen, your voice doesn't carry.
Heard microphones.
Mhm.
I would have to take a look. Currently, you have unused budget allocation at this point in time, but like she said, she's already trending over because of COLAs. So we're already doing a transfer request. So we would definitely need to do a supplemental to deal with this purchase. And as far as where I would find the funding for that, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. There's a little bit of local, tribal, and consistency funds remaining. I've been using those dollars up first for any supplemental requests because they haven't.
Latest COVID.
It was a last part of
the small
the
COVID money.
American
Yeah.
Rescue Plan Act bill that went through. So they have an expiration date. So I've been using those first.
Yep.
And so there's, I want to say 15,000, and then I would just have to take a look and see what we're projected to use in other areas in order to find that. So not a solid answer, but a partial one.
And I have looked into grants, but the one grant that I've requested from still hasn't given me an answer yet. They said we got to do more fundraising. So
Interesting.
yeah.
With that comment, I'm still a yes, but I would like to recommend that you give you permission that, yes, I'm a yes to cover it, but to contact that grant agency and say, well, we got some funding for 20,000. Can you come up with the other 20,000? Maybe you can get something if we actually put some money in the pool. Maybe they say no, and if they do, I'm still fine with 40 grand, but we should at least try if we throw some money at it.
And I think it's something you have to do. It's one of those unfunded mandates that we all get. And you're kind of stuck in this because of the other one wanting to quit. And it also puts you out kind of as the forerunner to start the system for the courts and for the clerks and everybody. They're all going to have to transition.
Right.
Yeah. And I don't see how we could coordinate it all together at once. So I'd be a yes too, but investigate the money and let us know.
Yes.
Investigate the grant, investigate where we can transfer from.
Okay.
So we know.
Yeah, I think it's one of those, it has to be done. It's just a matter of the where and how and when and
Mr. Anderson, do you have any other thoughts?
I'm gonna have to be a no on this at this time. I think $40,000 is half an FTE for a year. I think that when we're paying $2,000 a year for a service now, so we are paying for a service, someone should be able to have the conversation with the company so that they can put that in a form or format that can be exported. That's not rocket science. It's done in, programs all over the place. It should be something that takes 20 minutes. I think that the discussions with Tyler, knowing that Tyler is taking over, I don't think we would need a standalone system. We just need to get onto the live system. We should be able to, we've already saved 15,000. We should be able to save the rest of, or almost the rest of it. If anything, it should be a $5,000 conversion at max on a total cost to the county. I think that Courtney's done a great job having the conversations. I think either an elected or someone with a little bit more horsepower needs to come in and make things happen, kind of like we do with behavioral health or public health or whatever in these conversations with these consultants and get things moving. But that's my personal opinion. But again, it only takes two.
I had a question, I lost it. Couldn't have been.
That happens to me a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And then I write it down and I can't read what I wrote.
Yeah. I'm still good moving forward, Courtney. I just
Thank you.
wanna know. Oh, that was my question. The way the budget functions, you paid the 2,400 for a year. When does that last month happen for that 2,400? Is that August, September? Or is that December?
December.
So can you pirate that $9,000? Okay.
Yeah, well, so yes, so the months, if we say we ended in August, at the end of August, we would be prorated that money back.
Right.
Those for the other months we're not using it.
Which is
But out of
9,000.
$2,400, it's $500 or something to get back.
Okay.
Yeah, and that program is a very basic, very basic system. It really just captured our notes.
For $2,400, it can't be much.
It's really is not much. And the new system that we are going to go on to will help our staff do their jobs better.
You mean productivity and efficiency?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's
Can
gonna
you
be
believe
amazing.
technology can do such a thing?
Real quick, I'd like to just also note that with the purchase of the new litter crew van, when we get that, there are going to be some additional costs next year, hopefully, for like putting the light bars on it, getting the transfer of the CB radio from one van to the other. We're going to try not to purchase any new equipment and just move the equipment from the old van to the new van. If there are, and I'm sure that there's going to be labor, at the very least, labor costs for that. Can I pull that from the vehicle rental and replacement fund? Because there will be leftover funds in that.
So that brings up, and I'll piggyback on that question. So that way you might be able to answer it all less time. So that's the VRNR. My also question is, we currently have 50 grand or something in that VRNR because we thought we were gonna have to pay to replace that van versus state grant to replace that van. So it still comes down to the same question I guess I've had for the last 2 budget years, is what happens to that 50 grand? It obviously stays in that VRNR. We still need to figure out how to transfer it out, or can we put in less VRNR for like our fleet vehicles to balance? Why are we growing a piggy bank? And that's the question I have to piggyback.
Okay, I have all the answers. On this particular topic. So, Courtney does have a grant for it. She does for the van itself is, think about each vehicle as its own account within there. So the funds that are, saved up for that vehicle is actually saved to that account. So, she will have the savings that she's already accrued with the rental rates of that van plus the grant. So the first part of that question was related to light bars and like build out options for that vehicle to make it to what she needs it to be able to do the job. Her and I talked about it. I said, come get verbal from the board, but we do that with the sheriff's vehicles. So
Public Works VRNR.
I saw that just as the same. But we just want to make sure that we got board verbal for that, because this is not wear and tear items.
Okay.
This is light bars, required equipment to go in the van. Now, whatever saved rental rates, they stay with that new van. So if you don't get a grant the next time to pay for that, your rental rate will be reduced because you already have that savings there. So you're putting less in out of the annual budget, and that dollar amount, that balance stays with that vehicle account. So it's there to be able to use, follows that vehicle account.
So technically,
wow,
if there's 50 grand in there now and she uses 10 grand of it on light bars, 40 grand's going into the savings for that van. So now instead of paying $5,000 a year for VRNR, for the next one, she's only got to pay $800 a year.
Yeah.
To get it to the number.
That's a very complex formula.
Right. I'm just trying, I'm saying, right. But I'm saying it's going to be a heck of a lot less money put in every year to get to the new vehicle rate of 60 grand or.
I do not believe it'll be 5,800. Don't be looking for that savings, but it is less dollars for sure. It all goes into a calculation, which is a multiple algebraic equations to come up with that calculation. But yes, it's a reduced
My
amount.
next question is, does that algebraic equation cover add-on equipment? Are we doing that properly with like her vehicle, sheriff vehicles?
With the sheriff vehicles,
or are we only covering?
With the sheriff vehicles, we are, and we have been doing that.
Are there any other vehicles in our departments kind of thing that we need to look at to make sure they're covering the optional equipment?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Perfect. I'm good.
That's a yes?
That's a yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
Yeah, I know with our sheriff's vehicles, the labor comes out of the VRNR just the same for all the, accruements that go on. So it's not an issue.
I would agree with that.
Perfect.
And so in the same regard, I know if you're looking at just swapping parts as much as you can, and that's fine. I think you're going to find some of that doesn't work depending on if they bought a specific light bar for a specific vehicle, or if they bought a light bar that fits on any van that you can adjust the sides to fit. That might be able to be reused. When it comes down to labor, I think you're going to look at whether you have the things installed by Day Wireless or whether you have the things installed by Public Works.
Right.
I would, and this isn't a slight on Public Works, but I would do a cost analysis of those two. And if you find out they're compatible in price, go with the people that are doing it on a daily occasion.
I am getting
the Day
breakdown
Wireless
from both of
idea,
them.
and then also before you transfer things like radios and whatnot, double check to make sure that radio is competent.
Mhm.
And not like severely outdated because it's been in the van for 26 years.
Sure,
So, and if you need a
Absolutely.
new radio, you put a new radio on it, you know,
absolutely.
so.
We're gonna make sure everything's working up to speed, much as it can be.
I did hear there was a rumor of a vinyl wrap for the back part of things, and I'm like, that's a pretty good idea. I also heard light bar in the front, light bar in the back of the van.
We already
I
have
think
light
that
bars
is
in the front and
brilliant.
back on the current van.
Oh, is there? I
But-
only thought they were in the front.
There is one on the front and the back. One's bigger than the other. But that van doesn't like to start all the time. Has to be jumped quite a
Well, the
bit
van's like 700 years old. so-
anytime we use it. So, taking it on the road is not safe, right now, just with, if you're gotta have a full van of 8 men and women, you don't want to be stranded alongside the highway in Trout Lake or something and have to figure out how to get everybody.
Nor do I want to invest $4,000 in brakes for a van that's gonna be on the auction block in 2 months, so.
Right. Perfect. And I think that's all I had to update, other than, we are above, our goal sets for the litter crew pickup. We have, let's see, right now we have like 38 individuals on commute service litter crew with a combined, total number of hours to, complete of like 2,571 hours. It's a lot of hours we're trying to get done. Our litter crew supervisors booked up until October, I think, at this point in time, trying to get people scheduled in. So, we're running full crew. My office is running full crew. We're very busy. We're staying busy.
Side question that I'm assuming the answer is no, but do you have a membership with the Chamber of Commerce?
Our department?
Yep.
No.
Okay.
Is that something we should? You
Nope.
think? Okay.
No, there was 2 credit card bills, one for, we have 2 different departments that I know of that are members, and I'm trying to figure out why each department is a member and not just the county as a whole is a member.
Mhm.
So that's, I mean, it's budget dust, but, it's still something I'm looking into, which is why I asked the question here.
Nope.
Okay.
All right. Do you have any questions for me? I think that's all I have for an update today.
That's good.
All right.
Well, don't come back for a while because each time you come, you keep asking for money and I'm tired of giving it.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
And I say that in the most nicest loving way.
It's the situation I'm in, okay?
I enjoy your smile, but you know.
Are you saying you want me to
Perfect.
come back without asking for money?
There you go.
Okay, I could do that more often, maybe.
That was, thank you.
That, and I think you should bring Eddie and put him in the chair next to you just so I can watch him squirm a little bit. I think that would be fun.
Thank you.
Yes. Up to you now.
I appreciate it.
The small font, I have no control. I try.
Oh, so I need my magnifying glass from the office.
So it'll present the bigger picture up there.
This font is actually bigger than the font that I bought the magnifying glass for. I can actually read this font. This is actually readable.
That's good, because I struggle.
I can't believe I'm surprised that you can't like just expand vertically, that might fix the font. Cause it's like you're only using 3/4 of a page, but you'd have to do it on each individual spreadsheet and time consistent. Yeah.
The print parameters in there and shrinking it to get onto one 11 by 17 page. But if there's extra columns, then it just takes.
Throws it on, yeah. Okay.
Throws it out. Okay. So I'm gonna take over and screen share. Here.
And then I'm gonna request anybody listening on Zoom, let us know if you can't hear.
Try really hard. Okay. So every quarterly update, I start at the website so that the public can see exactly where they can go to find this information because it's always posted out there. So landing page of the website, we go to fiscal services. We're in the 2024 budget. We go to quarter reports. And from the quarterly report landing page, you can click on the PDF file or the interactive file, as well as the smart sheet data that we will go through later today in this report. So I'll just start by clicking the interactive report, which is the same as a printed copy that you have there in front of you. What's that? If I hide the participants? Yeah, it'll make it bigger. Yeah.
You can just undo the participant tab at the bottom. The left number of people over there.
There you go.
That way you don't accidentally kick them all off or something. You know?
Okay. So this report provides the overview of the county's financial performance for the year to date, focusing on key revenue and expense trends. As you read through the report, note that the target percentage, which is 50% at Q2, is a quarterly trending goal, aiming for revenues to meet or exceed the target and expenses to stay below it. There's a natural ebb and flow to both revenues and expenses throughout the year. Many general fund departments and offices also operate with really tight budgets, typically concluding the year near full budget utilization. I say this because you're going to see a lot of yellow and some red within those general fund departments because we did not budget those COLAs within the department. The board of commissioners implemented a strategic directive regarding the COLAs for this fiscal year so that we held a budget allocation in non-departmental for those COLAs.
This page shows revenues.
Yes.
Down by 10%, mostly due by loss of grants. Do you have an idea, or less grant money received? Do you have an idea of where we stand on our revenue forecast for property tax, sales tax, rate, that kind of stuff? It's in here, coming up. Perfect.
Yep.
I have a question on the grant. Can you tell which grants or grant that is?
Which grant? No, but I can tell which fund.
Okay.
And so I'll speak more to it when we get to that point. For 2024's budget, grant revenues make up 43% of that budget, mostly because the road fund is the majority of grants. So if they don't start a project and it's reimbursable and then bill, like if those projects, it might be budgeted, but those projects might get put off. Okay. It happens every year. Or they haven't started. So
I'm not worried about the grant part. I'm worried about the rest of it.
Yeah. So, but that grant revenue not being collected at this point in time, it is skewing those numbers, that revenue number of being 10% below. That's why I incorporated we are less than last year at Q2 to the sum of like almost $800,000.
Right, but if
not terribly concerning at this point in time, there are a couple things that we know are different this year than last year.
Right, but if it's 700,000 for a road project, but we're not doing the road project, we also don't have the expenditure. So I don't worry about not having the 700 in revenue because I don't have the 700 in expenditure.
At this point in time, we have a net cash flow or a net positive cash flow for the year to date of $2.7 million. If that was a different situation, then I would be concerned.
Right, and it's underlined here.
Jen, how much of that is because we got our first half of the taxes and some people pay, the whole year's taxes at the beginning though?
I will get to that. We can definitely get there.
Yes.
we will talk.
We're
we only
asking
talk-
page 5 questions on page 1.
Yes. Yes, you guys never disappoint with
This
that.
is with me and Jake, you're gonna get budget analysis.
Never-
I'm sorry.
Never disappoint.
Lori, you don't get much, but me and Jake are budget analysis.
Only because I asked you.
Okay, so overall, as of June 30th, $27 million in revenues received, $24 million expended. Again, that's where that net positive cash flow comes in. Even Q2 was a positive cash flow as well as Q1. So overall revenues received 40%, expenditures at 33% budget. Property tax, we're sitting at 68% collection at this point in time. Well, 68% to budget, not collection. Sorry, Greg. Landfills at 57%, sales tax 46%, gas tax at 67%. Honestly, that surprised me. I was expecting a little less.
This through June 30.
June 30. Reads at 67%, although there are some concerns in the REIT area, but it's completely out of our control. Interest earnings, as expected, blown out of the water, at least until September. Okay. Oh, shit.
I would add not as
Here.
expected by all.
I hear Ron's commentary over there trying to give me a heart attack. I will screen share another one since we're on revenue. Let's see if I can get to.
And 8.
Of course, the one I need is right below.
So yeah, that extra revenue of 2.4 million is where you come up with the 40. Because like landfill was, in my opinion, well under forecast. Interest earnings was insanely under forecasted.
Okay, as for property tax, Q2 collection was 2.7. So I would say that's pretty darn close to a standard collection.
Historical average is about the same right in there, right?
Yeah.
From what I'm remembering.
Not a lot of extra there.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question, Jake?
I guess where I was going there is some of those things like sales tax, your interest earnings, you might be at 67% or 125% currently. Those can keep going up. But when it comes to property tax, we've already brought in 67%. We're probably only going to bring in another 35 or 40%. It's not going to continue to climb like the others unless we add a huge new construction bump.
I would say at minimum, we'll bring in another 2 million in the Q3 for that second half of.
And that's total. That includes half of that goes with the road fund.
I was referring to
General.
the general.
Yeah.
Because it's a total of
You
6.
in property tax was aired on the side of caution as well. We kind of were using last year's numbers instead of this year's. We do that on purpose, but I mean it's not off that far. But yeah, it ain't gonna come in at under what we forecasted. I'll give somebody $1,000 if it does.
It should not by any means, and it's not one I'm concerned about. The way that we budget property tax is we go off of the assessor's proposed assessment value, and then as well as that proposed 1%, and then the proposed new construction, and that's where we try and budget.
Mm-hmm.
And then we,
So the only way
bring in others with penalties and
the only way it comes in under budget is if half the county refuses to pay their property taxes for the year. And I don't see that happen.
Sales tax is down. It's been trending down for a couple years now.
That's the question I have on sales tax is a lot of times Q4 and Q1 are the highest. So I'm curious if there's where this is historically to past years of just being first and second quarter versus judging it off the full year. If it's because we've had years that third and fourth quarter are insane.
It's all
So,
about consumer confidence. This is where you really get into economics.
yep.
And I have a massive spreadsheet on how I forecast sales and use tax, going all the historic months and really just tracking historically over years, each month, where that comes in at. And it's not like any other revenue, because one month there'll be a peak, another month it'll dive. And so,
But in the same regard, I would say you can't historically go back too far on that, because the times we're currently living in with the baby boomer generation all retiring and employment numbers so low, if we were using that same analysis, we'd already be in a recession from 10 years ago if we were using that kind of data.
I use our data, Klickitat County data.
Right, but
which there is, because of the volatility of sales and use tax, the more data is the better approach, so long as you remove the anomalies. For example, with our sales tax, once upon a time, we used to get airplane revenue. Okay, so I have to remove those anomalies, and then we increase sales tax. So I have to balance those to make those match and be more apples to apples. Additionally, Nexus laws changed. So there's another anomaly to where now we collect sales tax on every online purchase as well. So there is a method, and it is a massive spreadsheet with a bunch of volatile information, but you take that and you coordinate it with the economic trend and what you think the federal government's going to do, and you just kind of throw a dart at the wall.
That is exactly my point. You're throwing a dart at the wall based off what the Fed's going to do with interest rates, what you think consumer confidence will be based off the interest rates. I'm only saying that you can't look at it in the way that it's always been looked at, because the baby boomer generation now retired and the unemployment rate is still so dang low that those people are making money and the retired people are all on Social Security making good money, that I don't think we have the consumer confidence problem that we would have had in this market 10 years ago.
I would agree with that. And I can guarantee that I probably don't look at anything the way it's always been.
That's the answer I'm looking for. And I feel good knowing that.
I take in a lot of data and spend a lot of free time watching markets and the Federal Reserve.
There's somebody else out there weird like me, is what you're saying?
I also really spend a lot of time working with the other financial people in the county, Greg Gallagher, who sees all of this stuff too, Heather Joby. We work together on a lot of this stuff when it comes time to budgeting, and to make sure that we all feel confident, because of the economy the way it is, and always teetering these last year and 2 years, really teetering on the edge of recession.
Let's see, I hate using that word because I don't think it's anywhere close to a recession. With that, I do understand interest rates are going down. And have you heard anything from our treasurer about, this could be easily a question for him, but you might actually know the answer. And if he's locked up our money for the next calendar year at current interest rates, or plan to try to take advantage of interest rates before the interest rates get whacked in the next year.
I would imagine he does.
But you don't know firsthand. I should call him.
You should talk to him. Him and I just actually had a conversation.
I didn't know if he had mentioned it in passing comments or something.
No, I don't know. I don't know the details of his investment portfolio. But I do know that it wasn't the top of mind for both of us last week when we were on a phone call. So
I don't know.
The details you'd have to ask him. Anything else out of revenues here?
You said you had to worry about REIT. What does that worry about REIT?
It's just between REIT and the auditor recording fees kind of go hand in hand, right? When they sell a house, got to be recorded and whatnot. Those recording fees are down a bit, and I don't see REIT coming in at the levels that I would like to, so that's a little bit of a concern.
I mean,
for
is
me.
it down a bit 5% or down a bit 40%?
I would have to go look here.
I mean, REIT isn't a huge number anyway, so
It's not, but it's used. The reason it's slightly concerning for me is because REIT is used only for capital projects.
right.
And the less we bring in there, the more we have to deal
One less
with
air
on
conditioner.
another area. So
Or one less air conditioner. I'm eventually going to get one less air. No, I'm fine. I mean, I can see it going down, but I don't think it's going to go down huge. So it could be down 50 grand or 70 grand or something, but that's why I was trying to figure out what big concern you have that's only going to be down 50 grand. You're
well,
afraid we're going to take it out of something else and not, you're afraid we're going to keep the capital budget status quo, even though REIT's down, and have to rob from Peter to pay Paul is what your concern is.
like I said a week or two ago, I look at the budget more than 1 year, minimum 3 years at a time is mentally for me and planning. So with knowing what's going on the CIP and the non-CIP, I'm a little concerned about funding. And
Well,
with REIT trending.
I'm
down.
with you. I'm not
Hopefully with rate
concerned
cuts.
so much about REIT as I'm concerned with this board having an inability to say no. So we'll see. We'll get there when we get to budget.
So that's my concern. It's the long game, really. And funding some of major projects that are going to have to happen. Anything else on revenues?
Nope. Good analysis.
Okay. Expenses are broken down into program areas: community, general government, and public safety. Overall, the community encompasses buildings and grounds, roads, senior services, the fair, all WSU, all of those types of departments.
Is health in there?
Health is in there, yes. Which makes up for, as you can see, well over 50% of the overall budget. Weeds in there. Economic development, natural resources, public health, behavioral health, solid waste. Anything related to buildings, capital improvements, those types of things. So right now, year-to-date actual is 14.6 million out of a budget of 49.7, spending 29% of the budget. General government, basically almost everything across the street in that courthouse is general government. $3.3 million out of an $8.9 million budget. That's 38%. And then we have public safety. Obviously, I think that's pretty self-explanatory, really. You have public defenders, all the courts, justice system, emergency management, any probation services in the sheriff's department. $6 million out of a $12.6 million budget, 48% of budget overall.
I guess I don't have any concerns there other than why is general government only at 38%? Is that open org chart boxes or?
I think it's just because it's a lump sum of everything together right now. Because once we start going into the general fund, which this is taking all funds, then it'll be a different picture.
Oh, wait.
Because we have some funds that are considered general government funds, but there's like no activity, usually minimal activity in there. So overall expenses, like we talked about, all funds 33%. The general fund sitting at 48%, with a run rate of a little over 6 months. There are, as I cautioned earlier, there are some general fund departments that look like they're trending over or really close to the edge. These ones right here, the auditor, the clerk, the commissioners, planning, courts, personnel, adult probation, treasurer, and building. Those ones are COLA related.
Yeah, but there's things like here, the LG or LTD Go bond trending high, but
That's not the general fund, but yeah.
I'm on a different page.
Yeah.
Am I?
General fund right now. You jumped ahead.
Oh,
So like budget and
I jumped behind.
like budget and IT, again, that's still just trying to flatten out from its beginning of the year annual subscriptions for everybody plus a server purchase. So that one's not a concern either. Auditors non-departmental, also not a concern, even though it looks like it's 89% used right now. That budget is being used to pay as needed for the ERP transition. So those have been handling those purchases or those invoice payments through the supplemental process. Public defense, I'm not 100% sure there because we did a supplemental to deal with the increase of contracts. So we're probably going to have to take a look into that one a little bit deeper when Elisa is back. And then the sheriff's department is over budget with a run rate of about 5 months, and we can dive further into the sheriff's budget in a minute. Overall, the 100 funds, those are the special revenue funds. They're sitting at 32%. Right here, as you can see, the road fund has $24.7 million budget because they had other grant appropriations come through. But they're nowhere near expending that, which means they're nowhere near getting ready for reimbursing those grants. They all tie together. And yeah, now we get down to the 200 funds, the LTD Go bond fund. The treasurer makes the payment for this building out of that fund. It's a one-time thing. So when that happens, it looks like if it happens closer to the beginning of the year, it looks like it blows that budget, but it doesn't by the end of the year because there's nothing else going on in there. There are some funds in here that there's some corrections happening. I tried to eliminate them from being highlighted. They're funds that don't have any purpose anymore, have been closed, but there's still some accounting happening in the background for those funds. 138 being one of them, and then 306 and 307. Those had some charges to it related. 306 was an accidental, and it's currently being corrected. 307 again is an accounting issue. Some back end stuff happening between the treasurer and the auditor, getting things moved around. Any questions?
No questions here, but could you talk up just a little bit, Jen?
Oh yeah, sorry. Is that better?
Much.
Okay. All right, the revenue for the general fund is coming at 9.7, expended 9.3, so 58% collection, rental revenue collection, expending 48%, positive cash flows. The landfill is one of those things that doesn't really get put into the general fund until last because there's usually enough general fund balance to cover anything where other landfill areas that landfill supports need a little earlier in the year. Any general fund grants that have been Doing really well on collecting and getting reimbursement for those grants, sitting at 70% of budget at this point in time. While the overall performance of the general fund revenues appear favorable, certain outliers are impacting the aggregate results. Sheriff's Department revenues exceeded projections primarily due to a $60,000 donation. That donation, it makes the revenues look good, but that donation is allocated specifically for the K-9 unit, therefore cannot be used on anything else. It's restricting its use to that program. Excluding that donation, the sheriff's revenue stands at 43% of target. There's also a notable unbilled and or uncollected revenue amounting to $24,947 for 2024 and $40,000 for 2023, both related to jail services.
Is there not uncollected revenue for range deputy still, or did they collect that?
That is currently uncollected.
It's not listed here, but yeah.
Well, there's not really expense in range either. There's budget, but there hasn't been a range deputy that's been hired.
Got it. Okay.
So there's not expense.
We didn't,
there.
but did we have a revenue forecast in the budget?
We
that?
did. Okay. Auditor's office non-departmental revenues. Again, those aren't really revenues, they're transfers from another budget. So it affects the overall picture. Building inspection revenues. The building inspection is performing above expectations. Permit fee revenues have surpassed the target by 7%. And plan review fees have reached 92% of the budget, indicating a performance of 42% above target.
My question is on this one. The plan was to have them self-sustainable. And we thought that fees were going to be under, and it still was not going to be self-sustainable. How close does this bring it to being still a long way off or a short way?
You know, it's last year they weren't self-sustainable, but the year before they were. So it's an ebb and a flow. As far as the projection of if this year they continue on this path, if this year they will actually be self-sustainable within their own budget, I haven't dove into that far ahead. I mean, this was a feel good. It's on my list. It's not a negative one. There's so much red and yellow areas that I really had to dive in to get in this analysis. But it was a question I posed to Lynn a week or two ago to see how things were performing versus a strategic approach with her vehicle. But we just haven't gotten anywhere with it.
Yeah.
General fund, program areas, again, same program areas, same color coding, community, 1.3 year-to-date actual out of a 3.2 budget. That's 43% of budget. General government makes up a large chunk of the general fund budget at 2.9 out of 6.1, 48% budget. Public safety makes up more than 50% of the general fund budget. That's $5 million year-to-date actuals out of 9.9, 51% to budget. We've talked about this over and over again. The general fund budgets, they operate very lean. Those COLAs really, they're already in a general fund budget. They're just not allocated. We started doing that 2 years ago as a strategic approach to see if vacancy rates could cover some COLAs instead of tying up the budget. That proved to be true. So we'll take the same approach. I will initiate a transfer request in the third quarter to get those COLAs covered, make sure every budget in the general fund is going to be okay in that regard.
And I know you're probably gonna take off a shoe and throw it at me for this. So I'm ready to dodge. Could it be more beneficial to us to wait till fourth quarter for that? So that they don't, I mean, it's still in third, we're guessing a little bit, which could leave them a little extra fluff to spend on flashlights and batteries, that if we made them wait until fourth, there's definitely no extra fluff to go Christmas shopping at.
Well, they cannot spend wages and benefit
true.
budget on operational expenses. And when I say third quarter, I'm meaning that third quarter supplement, which flows into gets approved in the fourth quarter.
Okay.
So we're already pushing towards that end. And if there's a miscalculation somewhere,
Gives you time to adjust.
it gives me that emergency supplemental to make that adjustment.
Makes sense.
Trying to avoid that fourth quarter last minute supplemental, but it's there just in case. The board has asked me to keep an eye on the sheriff's budget due to last year's year end supplemental need. So I have some pretty detailed analysis and dashboards for the board. If you click on this link within this, the board, those who have the ability to see it, board can go in there to take a look at the dashboard. This dashboard highlights the sheriff's office total, all funds. This first section. Red is expense, green is revenue. In this one. So you're fine. At this point in time, as I said earlier, their burn rate overall for the general fund budget is $486,695 a month. Budgeted burn rate should be $448. If the sheriff's department continues to spend as they've spent in the first 6 months, they will run out of budget by November. They have 5 months remaining of budget with a possible need of $590,000. Should spending continue as is. They do have a supplemental request.
How much of that estimated 590 is payroll and how much of it is batteries and fuel? Or do you have that breakdown?
I do. Well, to some degree, I have that breakdown. I would be willing to wager that with knowing what I know after lunch, just with personnel going on in the sheriff's office between patrol and the jail, that might increase with the added overtime that is going to be spent. So I would anticipate this number with being down the staff to actually end up being higher.
But is most of it payroll?
So, no, not most of it. Yes, probably. I would be willing to say most of it. Yes.
Retirements and all those other factors added in.
To some degree. The fuel budget's category in patrol is at 83% used at this point in time. There are some areas that there's a possibility of some reallocation. But again, that's just me looking with no information. I see an opportunity for reallocation. But I'm not the one in the department knowing the needs. So Where's my sheriff stuff? Here we go. So as you can see, wages for every sub-department other than range deputies is already exceeding the budget. Benefits for 3 out of the 6 exceeding the budget. So yes, mostly wages. They do have a supplemental in to cover.
And we have not put their COLAs in yet either, correct?
No, we hadn't, because in prior directives, it
Right.
was to budget for the union departments and offices to budget those COLAs. So no, they're not there. And I do not have them calculated in that budget allocation because I was only taking non-represented employees in that placeholder. So
Okay, now you confuse me. So we placeholdered for COLAs, but you're saying we didn't placeholder for union COLAs.
no, because they were to build in. So like Public Works built in their
So they were supposed to be built
because
in,
theirs are guaranteed.
right?
Non-representatives.
So technically, the sheriff's budget should have had their COLAs built in, and you're saying they may not have.
Correct.
Interesting.
And that was not a directive of the board, was it?
No, no, it was not, sir.
What do you mean? No, what wasn't?
To not have them put that in there.
Oh, correct. Yeah. I was like, yeah.
That wasn't us that did that. Just making that clear.
I thought when we were going through budget last year, we asked that question. You're built in your COLAs, correct?
I remember that question being asked, sir, and I remember the answer was yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're both on the same, all three of us are on the same page because we asked that multiple times.
I believe you're the one that actually asked the question, if I'm remembering it correctly.
So when you're saying get us, you mean us, them.
Jake asked the sheriff's department
No, I
when
understand
they
that,
were
but
here, yeah.
It not being in there is, when you said that's not us, you mean that's not us.
That's not our departments that took money out or didn't allocate correctly or didn't forecast. Yeah.
So what I've done to build that dashboard and to have the data for this budget is I went back to 2021, pulled all the actuals spent in the sheriff's department. I pulled the original budgets. I pulled the amended budgets. I didn't go further back than 21 because 2020 really threw a monkey wrench into things, and the jail wouldn't have shown really accurate numbers because there really wasn't people in the jail as much. So I just stuck with 21 going forward because it's a new world after COVID. And this seems to be a more accurate one.
Question?
Mm-hmm.
Going forward, as we're seeing with some of these departments and offices, we need to pay a little closer to the budget they submit to us, to make sure they're giving us actual factuals. So I would hope that going forward, try and talk slowly so you can read whatever you wrote. I'm hoping going forward, you're going to be able to provide us with an estimate on payroll in that office so that we can make sure that they're budgeting adequately. But I also don't want to in any way overestimate payroll, that they might be able to move around too much.
I will do what I can.
I know.
That is a lot of manual work for me. And the budget is already a lot of manual work.
I just think
So
it's
it's
that
just
or we need
added
to.
to a bandwidth that is already full. But
For us,
what
I think we either need to have it that way or we just need to plan to set aside another chunk to cover bad data.
what I've done is I spent significant amount of time building this platform to tie to each other, so I only have to enter it once. So that we have the 3-year average, which will come close, and then can just multiply. We could do some rough estimates. If I have the bandwidth, of course I would do that. If I'm able to carve out the time to be able to like, okay, here's what we need, I absolutely will. It's definitely one of those things. I would love to do it for all departments. I would love to put in prior, like 2 years worth of actuals. Our system doesn't run the report like that, so I'd have to manually enter that.
That would be nice though.
It would be really nice to actually see a trend of actuals when we were building those budgets. I don't know.
We kind of go round and around. At some point, we have to trust that the directors and the electors are putting in the right numbers.
I'm aware,
If
but
we have to verify every
it's-
single number, then we're doing it twice.
I understand that, but if we have an issue of potentially historical precedents being wrong,
I agree with
we
you.
need to make sure we have the money to pay for it next year if it happens again. Otherwise,
agree.
that's on us.
Yeah, no, I understand.
So it's I can't control what happens in other offices, but I better prepare so that if it happens again.
If we don't prepare and they're not responsible, there's alternatives. It's nuclear, but at some point in time, you have to be responsible for your budget.
So I guess to answer and address that, I would love to. It's a goal. I will do what I can. There's only so many hours in the day, and I'm already at 10 to 12 hours a day at this point. So I will absolutely do what I can.
Over time and history, is that deficit not adding up a little bit more each time we have to add to it?
It
So
is.
to prepare, and we're just extorting the system, and at some point, everybody else doesn't get money because we're continually filling that gap bigger and bigger.
Yeah,
So we have to find
I
a
will
way that
do
it's
what I can.
I mean, excuse me, there's also a balance. Nobody wants to say the sky is falling, you know, it's horrible, it's bad. But the reality is, at some point down the road, it may not be there when everybody assumes what historically has been there. We'll just get to the end of the year and then we'll just find it. There may be a day where we can't find as much as we used to find. And it's simple math. It's not trying to overestimate or tell people the sky's falling. It's just, if we keep doing it the way we've always done it.
We're not on a road that we can continue to budget the way we've always budgeted. We're now faced with different constraints than we were 5 years ago. And I don't know, probably my first week in this job, just even seeing what my predecessor had put together, he had already been warning the board that we are reaching a limit with the landfill, and structural deficit is really impacting the county. The state structural deficit, I should make that clear. And ever since being in this position, it's been every budget training meeting that I've had with all the directors and electeds. The board has heard me over and over again. It's in every budget book and report that I put out there. The structural deficit and the things that we are facing today are constraining our budget to where 2-3 years down the road, we cannot continue to budget like this.
Don't disagree at all. As a matter of fact, I 100% agree. And I would argue that 2 to 3 years down the road, we can't continue to budget like this. 2 to 3 years ago, we could continue to budget like this.
It would have been nice 2 years ago to transition to something different. It would have allowed a further runway for us. But that's not what happened. So,
I will keep pushing the charge.
yeah. Anyway, so you guys have access to this, sheet. There's a historical sheriff's P&L sheet. Within it actually goes every detailed bars line item. If you expand them in Smart Sheets, you can go into every detailed bars and see
Did you
exactly
make
what we're-
this available to them?
I actually just had a meeting with Carmen at lunch, and she has access to it as of 1 o'clock. So I did not give it access before because I wanted to have a conversation and meet with the board. Of course, your printed report is collapsed, or it's all pulled up together, rolled up into each sub-department. But if you go into Smart Sheets, you can expand it and see where things are. If you had a question on particular, what's the average patrol fuel consumed? Well, the average would be $148,000 a year. But we budgeted 101. Can you unmute, Jay?
Well, I like how you did the back, looking at the back of the estimates. That's going to help us have better conversation.
Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you. I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, thanks.
So I remember back in February when we were looking at this budget and I had a meeting with Karen, and I thought that they did budget their COLAs into the year. It was a couple of other things down the line as part of the overtime and some other benefit that they didn't budget. And in February, we were thinking that it'd be close to $200,000 this year extra. What we're seeing now is going to be about closer to 400,000 to 500,000, right?
Closer to 600,000 overall. Should spending continue? And that is true. They had a couple retirements, unexpected retirements with pretty large payouts. And then here we go. Left medical. Although they're still under budget there. But it's trending to be about $10,000 over budget.
And I
But
believe
I will-
insurance, they didn't have a proper number on the insurance line, right?
Well, that too, but the left I think will go down because we only really have one client and they're no longer necessarily a client in the degree that they used to be. So that number should go down.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because yeah, it was a person that was going to memory care that's no longer needing memory care. So
Okay.
that, yes.
So that might provide some relief there. And those hit the benefits section of the patrol budget.
And the other thing I could just say is this is amazing. I went through these last night. Jen, you're doing a fantastic job bringing all this information forward. I'm glad you're sharing it with Carmen and the sheriff, so that they can keep an eye out. I remember last year during the budget conversations, they reduced the fuel number, and Commissioner Christopher and I both brought it up saying, well, you spent more than that this year. How are you reducing it for next year? And that was one of the levers they used to balance the budget.
Right. And I think it was you that actually told them to put 10,000 in there more than they asked for. So, and of which I agreed.
Right.
So yes, I'm with you in remembering.
Well, yeah. And Carmen and I had a great meeting at lunchtime too. So hopefully we can get things squared away.
That's encouraging.
So there's a couple things on here. I know it's been mentioned in the past. I always pay attention to what the board is talking about, comments made so that I can try to address them later on. Within the sheriff's dashboard, you can see that it breaks down. Each section is going to have this percent of budget used. The black line is the target percentage. You want to stay at that or below. So it's a visual representation. And then which each sub-department here is how they're spending. I brought in personnel, salaries and wages, benefits, broke out supplies and other services and charges, just as it would be at what we call the element level.
So let me ask you a question. May I ask a question? So as we separate out the jail budget this year and move it to the Department of Corrections in the past, and this is not an opinion or a statement or
Rob, it's really hard to hear you.
I said in the past, trying to talk slow so Jen can hit me, is when we separate the jail budget out from the sheriff's budget at some point in the future, near future, this fiscal year. And this isn't an opinion or a shot or anything else, but it's a fact that we've seen that they've been able to balance the patrol side with the jail side. And that won't be able to happen this year at some point. Will that increase the amount that they'll need on the patrol side, or is you just looking at the overall?
That the
Kinda-
590 is the overall, and that wouldn't be able to happen this year anyway. The patrol side or the jail side is already 70% over budget and the operating expense.
The jail side is. Jail side hasn't historically been
70% over target, sorry, not over budget. Well, and that would be related to those medical expenses, those KVH invoices from prior years being paid for in 24.
So no matter where the jail budget is, it's gonna need a sub.
Yes. And the jail will too.
So I would imagine, yeah, if they didn't budget COLAs into the road deputies, they didn't into the jail deputies either, so.
Well, and with those retirements, that's a hit to that personnel budget as well. Unexpected hit. So then I broke down personnel by hours, type of hours. So if there was an influx of overtime, that could be seen here and potentially captured. Obviously an increase.
I don't want to have to try to read those little tiny numbers. Can you tell me what their overtime is trending at being? Cost?
Their overtime wages right now is almost 3,600
3,600.
year to date.
Is that jail or sheriff? I mean, if it was 36,000, I'd say it's low. So if you're telling me 3,600, I'm ecstatic.
I take that back. Could be 3,600 hours,
Hours, got it.
not dollars, hours.
Because I'm like, their overtime has always like historically been between 75 and 120,000.
You realize I started building this in January, so bear with me as I'm like.
Yeah, they're already, at like 1.5 FTEs.
Yeah.
overtime.
And then the dashboard breaks down each sub-department. So where administration is trending, their burn rate, their run rate, meaning how many months they have left of their budget if they continue to spend at the rate that they do. Every section has the same layout, expenditures versus the revenue, the burn rate visual, the percentage of budget used, and each month's expense and the type of expense. So then you have patrol, jail, as you can see, significant increase over target there. Range, there was obviously not much activity going on in range there. The Marine sub-department within the general fund. And then the K-9 unit, I've done K-9 unit as budgeted in 2024. And then because the K-9 unit is operated on donations only, I have the K-9 unit program life to date here. What I've added into the dashboard, which is not reflected in the actual system, financial system reports, is the salary increase for the dog handler. That's actually getting reported in patrol, but it's an increase over a patrol deputy to be able to be a K-9 handler. So I've taken that and reported it here. I know I've had a conversation with Heather. That's some accounting stuff that we need to probably try and go back and fix. So at this point in time, they just received a $60,000 donation for the new K-9. Prior to that donation, there was $2,900 left of the donations raised for Profi, with a burn rate of just shy of $500 a month. Correct. Well, I mean, so far, but 60, they have 62.
2 days ago. So, it's not going to cover both dogs.
There's only $62,935 left of donation funds for the K-9 program at this point in time.
But the K-9 program doesn't cover dog handlers' wage.
It's not being reported under the K-9 sub-department, the increase in salary to handle the wages.
My question is the increase in salary of the handler being taken out of the donation box, is the training that they're going to for dog handling being taken out of the day?
I can't hear Rob.
Sorry, that was me. I was leaning back in my chair. My question was, is the increase in wages for dog handlers being taken out of the donation box? Is the training that they're going to for dog handlers, you know, $8,000, $10,000, being taken out of the donation box? Or is it being taken out of the rest of the budget? Or is it being taken out of the K-9 donation box?
I had the same question.
That's all three of us then, right?
Well, I don't have any answers for you because I wasn't here in this position when those agreements were made. So I don't know.
So I guess my question is, probably can be answered by the sheriff's office, is if the 60,000 was tied to the new K-9 unit, then is Profi isn't being covered, but Profi, or whatever it is not being covered by donations.
There's $2,900 left. So that's related to the.
They said Profi could be in service another 6 months to a year. So.
Right, but my question is, I mean, I remember the initial conversations with the initial Board of Commissioners, and Profi and everything related to Profi would be donation, period, done. To me, that includes increase in salary and wages. To me, that includes training. At least it did for the initial training of training Profi to buy Trophy. So my curiosity is, has it been that way in the last 2 years? Or have they not taken it out of the donation line and we're just writing a check for that?
Well, there's no specific line for them to take it out of. That's why I had to do this manual work. So I mean, it's in there, but it's rolled up into fund balance, anything prior to, and it's the general fund. So it's rolled up into fund balance of the general fund. But
can they technically even take wages out of fund balance on the donation line?
That's not how accounting works. That's not how we operate here. So what can be done is the revenues are brought in through a donation specific bars number related to the K-9 sub-department. Okay. Any expenses should be accounted for in that K-9 subdepartment bars numbers. What's not being accounted for is that 3% increase for the dog handlers. It's just getting rolled up into patrol.
General fund, not out of the trophy fund.
Right. But what's reflected here in this dashboard is that 3%. I went back to the original handler with Profi and pulled that extra 3% and the benefits associated with it and accounted for it here because it really does need to be accounted for in the K-9 subdepartment.
Correct, but I would also add that training
At training is in there.
would, okay, that was kind of my question.
Bars number in
As
the
the,
K-9.
I guess I'm saying the training portion shouldn't come out of general fund up here. Eventually, it's got to track back to the donation box.
So long as it's being accounted for at the department level under the appropriate bars number, then I'm able to capture it.
Same thing for Marine program. It's the same situation there.
Marine is
It flattened out.
99% grants, really.
Well, there's two. There's Marine Fund and then there's a Marine sub-department in the general fund, which Heather's currently working with Karen to clean that up a little bit because really the Marine sub-department is the and Heather can chime in here if I'm misspeaking, but the Marine sub-department in the general fund is the match to the grant in the Marine fund. Now, we don't typically break those out into different funds. They all go in the same fund. So I believe that's the goal to move that forward, get those out of the general fund into the appropriate fund or vice versa.
Do we have any other departments or offices that are trending worrisomely? I mean, more than, 12 grand or something. I mean, we're spending a lot of time in this department, but I want to make sure we don't have, there's a reason we're on this department and not on public health, because they're going to need a $500,000 supplemental or something. Or is this pretty much the only one we're currently trending or tracking that we see big issues potentially?
This one is the big issue. The biggest one anyway. Oh, that's a project fund. So anything that's highlighted here that actually is large, I'm going to pick on the fair.
This is your big sheets.
Yeah. 144, the Fair Improvement Fund, that's a project. They're wrapping that up. That's not something that's going to trend and expend over the 1.5. It's just, so really that's non-existent and shouldn't be in there. I just left the formulas all the way through. Auditors non-departmental, although it looks like it's going to need $800,000, that's not accurate. Like I said before, that's the transfers in for the occasional one-time invoice that comes in for Barry Dunn and Kayenta.
Right. So I don't see anything. That's why I was asking your question.
And IT, again, it says 386 here, but like I said, front-loaded expenses, I do not foresee that being an accurate number because January 1, they pay every subscription, software subscription in the county, and then they bought a server in that first part of the year. So no, I mean, everybody else is minimal.
Yeah. Thank you.
So what I'm hearing is due to the increase in the revenues way over budget with regards to interest expense, because that hasn't really started dropping off yet. The rest of 2024, we should be totally fine. Our real focus needs to be moving into the next few weeks, which is going to be the budget for 2025, when we have a bunch of expenses that we've never seen before, whether it be a coroner's office or any changes in the jail that we're going to have to start worrying about. But for right now, staff's recommendation is we're actually doing really good.
Correct.
Okay. Just wanted to sum it up.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, to hit on some positive notes, although I'm seeing a 4% under budget for sales tax, I don't see that to be an issue. I believe fourth quarter could potentially make up for that, depending on what the Fed does and consumer confidence. The landfill, we budgeted very conservatively, 7.6 or so. 7.8, I can't remember off the top of my head, but, at this point in time, we've actually received the third payment. And only need about 1.2 to fulfill that budget for that fourth payment. I anticipate that to come in at, where is,
Say 8.8. I want you to say 8.8.
no, 8.6, actually, sorry.
Close.
My initial estimate last year was 8.6. I bumped it to 8.8 this year.
Thought you said 9.7.
No, what are you talking about?
I'm pretty
I
sure you
remember.
said.
That's what I remember.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he said 9.7, and I was like,
Not, well, if we didn't lose contracts, yeah.
anyway, I believe it. I have the forecast at 8.6 is what I anticipate. Landfill is down 8%. Dollar wise, they're down 9% of tonnage, and up. I can't remember the percentage off the top of my head in special tons, which
There you go.
which is the tons that we actually give them a credit for, don't get the same amount of tonnage dollars back for. So yeah.
Isn't that what Steve, kind of what he projected?
Yeah, my numbers align with Steve Gilmore's last report at 8%. They came in right exactly at that. So 8% for the year, 12% down from prior year.
But so they are making up, they lost those contracts, but they are making it up in special waste and special projects. And so they are out there getting scrappy and trying to fulfill that hole.
I don't think they're getting that much new stuff. You have to add the COLAs onto what they were current or paying before on the old waste. They are, I believe, collecting some new tonnage. She's given us dollar numbers, and I think if we compared tonnage numbers pound for pound, you would see that the loss of the three counties is still pretty whole as far as tonnage.
I would not necessarily agree with that.
Well, good. Give me numbers that show me I'm wrong there. I'd love to be wrong. I mean, I don't love to be wrong because in this case, that's filling train cars. And I want those train cars open to haul more trash. So I don't want you to take them and put trash in them already.
So quarter three, this last payment that we just received, they brought in a net ton of 507,000.
507 for the quarter.
Yes.
So that's essentially 220 or 500 and sorry, 202 million. 220. That's wow.
So
that's pretty close.
That is $60,000.
Yeah.
60,000 tons less than the year before, 90,000 tons less than 2022.
But that's my point is that's not a lot of trash loss. My question is, do either of you, my seatmates, know the last contract that they were working on that we all unanimously told them no on, which was the special discount for whatever it was, whatever county they wouldn't tell us what it was.
That hauling company, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
So does anybody, can they confirm or deny for 100% accuracy whether they ever got that contract or didn't get that contract? Because I've never heard a word about it.
Never heard another.
We asked that question. I don't know if you were on vacation then, but we asked that question and it was they didn't get that contract. They got a little bit of waste for a little while, but that contract didn't go through.
Okay. Well, I wonder where they're getting this increased tonnage from then. Because that means, I mean, if they're accommodating for God, really about 65% of the tonnage they lost. Are you telling me the counties that are currently under contract are pumping out 65% more trash?
No, I believe what they said is they were picking up small projects here and there.
Municipalities or project waste?
Yeah, project waste, stuff like that, because they had the available train capacity and they were picking it up.
A lot of projects.
Interesting. I was hoping they would increase their special waste, their hazardous waste, that stuff we get 20 bucks a ton for? Or sorry, 80 bucks a ton for? I was hoping that's what they'd go after.
So I do have this comparison of tonnage to the historical average because every year beyond COVID kind of messed with the numbers there with the landfill. So that Q3 payment is actually 120,000 tons less than the historical average of what Q3 has done.
120,000 tons.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a huge loss in tonnage, but it's not a huge loss. So it is interest or COLA, you might say.
It's the CPI. That's
CPI,
making up
essentially.
a big gap of that.
So it's the CPI bump that's making up for it if they're actually down 120,000 tons. That's a big number.
Yeah, because the Q3 has been well over 650 up until 2020.
Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, I go back to they're not bringing in that much new trash. It's just all CPI inflator.
I know they are looking for that project stuff. Recently, environmental health approved them hauling in some stuff from a city in Alaska that had to be barged in and then put on trains, special waste.
Well, that was kind of if there was any underlying good news out of those contracts failing, it was that the trains could potentially haul more waste because it took 12 days turnaround to get back and forth. And now on this side, it might take 6. So long term, it could be a good thing. Short term, it's a bad thing. Interesting. At least the tonnage is still available. I like that. The fact that she was kind of at first saying that the tonnage was about status quo, I'm like, man, I want the train cars empty.
I just had to go back further than COVID years. That's all. Get my historical numbers. So, okay, wrapping this up, cumulative reserve. At a glance, cumulative reserve encompasses our distressed county sales tax, the $0.09 is held there. We have emergency reserves at $5.5 million there. And then whatever cumulative has been saved up. And so a total cash balance of $16.7 million in reserves. 3.6 of it is 0.09, 5.5 is reserves, actual emergency reserves, and then 7.6 in cumulative.
So, but some of this is not like we ever get to spend it. For like, oh, we can't make payroll, or the landfill caught on fire, or we got $5.5 million is how we should probably look at this.
$3.6 million we cannot spend. That's the $0.09. It's
Right.
restricted to certain economic development
Case Peta
growth,
stuff, yep.
Case Peta stuff. The 5.5 is the emergency reserves that if we touch that, we then initiate some financial policies set in place.
We trigger the world's on fire.
We trigger hiring freezes and all of that if we have to dip into that 5.5 of reserves. So the 7.6 is what's remaining of that we have the flexibility to spend for unknowns.
Next question that you may or may not have for me, but you can give it to me offline, is of this 16.7 million, where was it at when I took office? So figure that one out for me and let me know.
Where was it at when you took office?
Yeah, what was that dollar amount when
Oh, okay. I will.
And then I'll have to do math on. We had to use 2 million of it the first year to pay for the previous budget, but other than that.
What year
I
did you
believe
take office?
we're sitting in a lot better position than 3 years ago, and a lot of that was we got the COVID dollars that we then didn't have to spend down our own cash reserves. We were able to keep dipping from that, and we're still dipping from some of that.
Yes and no, because one of the COVID checks we spent on the previous year's budget. The second COVID check is sitting in a bank account waiting to pay for financial software. So there's the big chunk of the COVID money
reserve,
right there.
correct?
Yes, but that's the big chunk of the COVID money.
Right, and so.
Have
so
we
it's
paid
sitting
for all of
there.
that financial software yet?
No,
Still 1.1 million or something?
I would have to get with Heather to verify that.
Okay.
And we have a supplemental hearing next week for that second supplemental. And we've already, this last page just kind of highlights our original budget versus compared to the amended budget. So we can keep an eye on how much we're approving through supplementals and that overall picture. Any other questions for me?
You did a great job, Jen. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I appreciate all the detail, although I'm sure half the people watching. But yeah, I appreciate it.
Well, governmental accounting is not easy by any means. So I wouldn't expect everybody to pick it up.
That's for sure.
Nice thing is it's available.
It is available. And if either one
You
of
ever
you
put a
need
ticker
help,
counter on your website in the to see how many people open your whatever? Is there any way you could track?
Yeah.
I mean, do you have an IP tracker on there to see how many times
you don't remember my,
it's a county office doing it and how many the public does it? Oh, that's right. You did it and there was a lot of people
a
from
presentation.
Seattle or something.
Yeah.
I had New York, North Carolina, and
That's
quite a bit,
right. I
so-
remember now because I was calling them Google bots and we were debating whether they were Google bots.
They might be, but I go look at other people's stuff all the time, and I have colleagues in North Carolina, and we always bounce stuff off each other. So it could easily
Yeah,
be
well,
one of-
I mean, the reason for the question is how many times do Klickitat County residents?
honestly,
And I don't think the answer is too many.
no, it is. I mean, at that point in time, I think it was 192 or something.
Out of 24,000, that's not a big number.
But remember that the webpage hasn't existed for very long. And I historically don't do news flashes either. So those who are signed up wouldn't know when I add something to the website. So prior to this, everything was just under the Board of County Commissioners webpage. So the whole Fiscal Services Department webpage is completely new. At least for the last couple of years, I've been slowly adding to it.
Be nice if it was thousands.
It would, and just.
I would love it if it was thousands and the public was actually paying attention to the budget. My hope is that as we do these on Zoom, even though it will cause for some very hard discussions to have publicly, budget discussions on Thursdays when it was all like private and nobody was here, and now we have to actually speak in a mic. It's going to make for some very hard discussions, but my hope is that the public actually starts paying attention to what's going on with the budget.
Well, that's been my goal. That's why I start at the website's homepage every time I give a report. So that I can walk through, step by step on how to get there and where to find it. Because it's always there. The moment I get board approval for a supplemental, it's on the website.
You don't have a membership with the Chamber of Commerce, do you?
No.
Okay, just checking.
Had a rebuttal.
Richard walked by and I remembered myself that question. I got to ask everybody that question. I need to find out how many of those there are.
I am but speaking of that, not necessarily that, but the topic, I've been stuck in a cycle, currently trying to work through, getting the county to operate under Klickitat County instead of under each department. It's, there's been a hiccup with some federal registration, important numbers. And so I am on week 3 and trying getting that corrected at this point in time and have run into another roadblock.
That's my point. We can't start thinking holistically on budget until we think holistically on everything.
So we're getting there. We're working through it. A part of it, I had to address some of it, and in that grant proposal and policy procedure. But that didn't get implemented, so it didn't get like put out to the departments. But anybody that I talk to, anybody that Heather talks to, you know, we're trying to spread the word. Like, we can't operate the way that the systems are state and federally. We can't operate by department anymore. It's not going to get pushed through. They have checks and balances, and their checks and balances are computer systems. So when the computer systems are in each governmental entity have mismatched names, but the same UEI numbers or cage numbers, it throws everything off. And things aren't getting processed, and things are getting changed, and it's become quite a nightmare at this point.
Doesn't surprise me at all.
So, yeah, if anybody has a new grant, you know, they just need to make sure that the grant is contracted out to Klickitat County, and the doing business as spot is your department. Just need to spread that word.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess it's their job, it's their due diligence, and then they're gonna turn it in here, and then they're gonna give it to us, and, you know, are we gonna be the double checkers to make sure they're doing it right, or are we just gonna tell them to do it right and hold them accountable if they do it wrong? Or is it gonna be more status quo? Or do the grants flow through some office
I never
somewhere?
see the grants. They do not flow through
They
any
could,
office
though.
except for yours.
They could. We could arrange that.
I tried, and that got all shot down. So remember the grant policy?
I don't oppose 100% of the grant policy.
Nor do I want the
I
added
would
work of
tweak
like
it.
having everything go through my department by any means. I'm just saying, like, we
I
had work to
believe,
get.
I still believe we need a grant writer,
Mhm.
grant inspector.
That would be a grant
Combined.
manager.
There you go.
With 43% of our budget being grant funded, and we don't have a financial system that currently manages the grants, something's got to happen.
Yes, but I push and push and push, and we actually got a grant to get a grant manager. Quesapita gave him to McKed, and McKed's using them in White Salmon, so didn't help our county very much. But we could. It's there. We just got to have 2 votes to get it done. I'll try again on January 1st.
Got to be careful with some of those grants, though.
I'm aware, which is why you
I
have somebody specifically looking at them.
Yes.
Before they're applied for, before they come here saying, hey, I want to do this, because it shouldn't be this board looking at the fine print of the grant. And I don't necessarily trust the person presenting the grant to me. I want it going through a separate person.
Yeah, no, I recently took a class on indirect costs to grant funding.
Mm-hmm.
And the grant that they used, everybody's familiar as an example. Everybody's familiar with it, you know, the body cam grant, right? That was a $550,000 grant that has cost $3.1 million to implement. So, in indirect costs, ongoing costs. So not every grant is created equal, and not every grant is actually helpful.
Don't disagree.
Anything else
No,
for me?
thank you, Jen, for everything. Thank you.
Not for me, thank you.
Nope, thank you. It's gonna be an interesting budget year.
Good start. That was a good setup for us. Good start. Okay. Anything else?
Are we gonna move forward with the EMS district board appointment?
Just my standard general objection to us even making those appointments, but nothing's changed on my end.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to appoint EMS district Board of Director Paul Smith, representing Commissioner District 3.
I'm gonna grit my teeth and second the motion.
Thank you. Motion and a second. Any discussion? I think he's a great candidate.
Oh,
That's my
no doubt.
discussion. Yeah,
Absolutely no doubt in
Awesome.
that.
yeah, they're
My-
very lucky.
My issue is the policy.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Welcome.
No,
to
if
the
he was
board.
running for EMS district, he'd have my vote. My objection is that we shouldn't be appointed.
Great. Anything else? I had on there maybe Rob, but I think Rob's done. Yeah. Okay.
No, I don't have anything else.
Mr. Anderson, anything else for you today?
No, I gave my miscellaneous comments this morning.
Okay, thank you. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair, I move that we adjourn for the day and no workshop, no radio this week.
I'll second the motion.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. We will see you next.
Hey, Lori,
Yes.
I found a river that makes the Klickitat and the Big Muddy look like nothing.
Is that a white color? Your color is not coming through it. Is it chalky white?
It is just gray, like mud.